Prophets come and prophets go. Kingdom rise and kingdom fall. Father, you must know I will go wherever he goes. Side by side. Iltasatu. Prophets come and prophets go. Ei minulla ole aikaa kuinka 1,5 minuuttia paskaa saatana. Anyway, let's get this shit on started. After listening to the bedtime story that day, all the hiilikurkkus had a dream. The young soul waved goodbye, and the people and the sun slept together warmly. Tätä ollaan saatana odotettu. Finally some good content. Miksi mä edes tarkista mitään, kun täällä ollaan Avismaalin kanssa puhuttu joku 1,5 tuntia vittu.
Take it easy.
Hello, Catherine. What's up?
Perfect. It's you two. I have a commission here that has your names written all over it. In fact, I'd even go so far as to say you're the only ones for the job.
Minähän on ainoa kaikkea. Oho, mulla on auto päällä.
The only ones for the job? Huh. If our help is really that important, it's probably some Archon class commission, right?
I have never heard of that classification before, but sure, we're happy to take this on. Which Archon do you need us to deal with today?
The Adventurers Guild doesn't employ that kind of classification system. In fact, this commission is also probably not nearly as intimidating as what you're expecting.
Onko
All
näin?
it asks us to do is to find a missing person.
My sister.
Huh?
Tylsää.
Then why did you say we were the only ones for the job?
I came across this commission while reviewing our backlog not too long ago. It seems simple, but our records indicate that over a dozen successive efforts to complete it have all ended in failure,
Aha.
despite attempts by several accomplished and renowned adventurers. With the reputation of the Adventurers Guild and the performance of the Sumeru branch at stake, it's in our best interest to assign this commission to the adventurer with the highest completion rate over the past few years.
Onks mä vittu ainoa, joka tekee näitä?
Us for sure.
Flattery will get you everywhere with my mon, but I can't guarantee we'll be able to complete it either. Yes, we can. We can do anything.
All I'm asking
Oi, kärmet,
is
jumalat.
to give it your best shot.
I'll do them all.
If it proves to be beyond your capabilities as well, I'll talk to the commissioner about canceling the commission.
Okay, so who are we looking for? And what is it about this commission that's made it so hard to complete?
This commission was jointly issued by the residents of Vimara village. They say one of their own villagers has gone missing. But the problem is, they don't know the missing person's name.
Aha.
They only provide information about his general appearance.
Aha.
They're all from
Sounds
the same
dumb.
village, but they don't even know his name?
Hän on yksin eläjä.
If so many adventurers have failed to complete this commission, maybe this missing villager doesn't exist at all. Could it be some sort of a prank or something?
Unlikely. Several villagers came by to issue the commission, and judging by their appearance and tone of voice, they seemed incredibly sincere. It certainly didn't seem like a joke to them. Besides, putting up a commission requires a processing fee. There aren't many upsides to a prank that costs Mora to carry out.
True, that would be a little strange.
In any case, it would probably be best to go to Vimara village and ask around first. The Adventurers Guild does have some information on hand, but I would say anything you can learn directly from the villagers would be far more reliable. The best way to avoid misdirection is to go to the source.
All right then, let's go! I'm starting to get really curious about this whole thing.
Iltasatu aloitettu. Let's go to Vimara Village. Kimara village. Prophets come, prophets go.
Right, to Vamara Village! Why don't we talk to some of the villagers to learn a little bit more about the missing guy? If this commission is really as challenging as Catherine made it out to be, we're gonna need to carry out a very detailed investigation.
Sabji, mitä sä tiedät mistään mitään?
Hello there. Looking to buy something?
No,
I do business in this area.
I don't care.
Oh, no, we're adventurers. Catherine sent us to look into a commission here in Vamara Village.
Catherine? Who's Catherine?
Ah, so you're here about that then.
The good-looking robot bitch from Adventure Guild.
We've certainly made a lot of trouble for you all.
Yeah, you did.
We aren't holding out much hope. Many adventurers have made their way out here, confident they'd be able to help us, only to leave soon after with nothing to show for their efforts. We've pretty much had it up to here in questions, and the area around the village has practically been overturned in search of clues. But no one has been able to make any headway.
So, this person we're looking for, what's his name? Where did he live? Does he have any relatives?
I don't know.
No one fucking knows, some
I
bitch.
really have no clue. I couldn't tell you.
Okay, guess you are really sick of answering questions.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound short with you. I was actually just giving you my answer to your questions.
So those 3 questions are a no-go then. Is there something else you can tell us?
I know it may seem like we don't have anything to offer but a lot of information, but I promise you, we all have a very strong impression of it. When you live in the same village as someone, you develop a lot of memories together, you know?
Not really,
Just
no.
don't know the
Jossain kanssa
specifics.
tekemisissä.
Maybe we did at one point, but that information is long gone by now.
Amnesia keissi selvästi.
At least that's what everyone in the village
Tämä on
seems to
joku
think.
demonitekosi.
We've all exchanged what we know, and that was the only logical conclusion.
Alright, specifics aside then, what kind of person was he?
A cunt. Mitä?
Young guy, in his early 20s probably. Incredibly kind sort of person, always willing to lend a helping hand. I'd chat with him when I didn't have any customers. I even saw him stick out his neck for others on more than one occasion. Very interesting guy, that one.
Now that you've started talking about him, you don't seem nearly as down in the dumps as you did before. Seems like he left a pretty good impression on you.
But of course, everyone in the village is pretty fond of him. We wouldn't have issued that commission otherwise. There aren't many young people like him nowadays. So genuine and pure. To think that he just up and disappeared one day. I just hope nothing bad happened.
Could he have just moved away without telling you?
I might know what happened to him thanks to fucking Twitter.
He's not the type to leave without
Spoiling
saying
shit.
goodbye. And anyway, moving away without being seen by a single person in the village, there's no way he would have been able to manage that.
Huh. Alright, thanks for the information. We're gonna go ask around some more.
Saatan mitä paskaa varmaan ollut viikkoakaan, jos ulkona ihmiset tekee, jos spoilaavia meemiä asioista. Oi vitun silta, saatan. No niin, ei olisi tarvinnut mennä sinne asti.
Is that guests I hear?
Hi, Grandpa
No.
Medea. We're here to help you look for the guy that's gone missing.
Which one? There's multiple.
That's what brings you to these parts.
To the
Coming all
ghetto.
this way for our sake. That's so very kind of you.
Tästä maksetaan
With
mulle.
your help, I trust that young man's case is in good hands.
Best hands
Tell
ever.
us a bit about him.
Of course, I'm happy to help any way I can. With my failing eyesight, I'm afraid I can't offer much about his appearance. But I do remember hearing the sound of his voice. Not recently, of course.
You got a recording of that?
Loss has left me feeling quite empty. I don't think his parents are still living in the village. But somehow he never seemed lonely. In fact, he was usually the one offering companionship to others. He would often take time to visit the elderly or play with the orphans in the village.
Oh damn.
And whenever someone had something on their mind, he was there to listen with open ears. He always knew just what to say.
Terapeutti.
As the village chief, I owe him many thanks. Helping villagers navigate difficult moments in their lives should have been one of my responsibilities. But he was often the one rising to the occasion.
Wow. He seems like such a nice and gentle person. No wonder his disappearance affected you all so much. But, you wouldn't happen to know any details about his name, address, or family situation, right?
Se just sanoi, että sillä ei oo family vittu! Kuuntele mitä! Päivän!
I'm ashamed to admit it, but I just can't remember. No matter how you look at it, I should know those things. But for some reason, no matter how hard I try to remember, the information just doesn't come. Perhaps my age really has caught up with me this time.
It's okay. There's no need to force yourself to try and remember. We'll figure something out.
Minä kysymään lisää jostain muualta.
Well, Traveler, what do you think?
Paska keissi, lähdetään kotiin. There's probably more to discuss than meets the eye. A lot of things are not adding up.
I think so too. Like, the name thing. It's so weird that no one remembers his name.
Dun 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 dun.
Able to tell us anything about his family or where he lived. It's like this guy's been erased from reality or something.
I would say it's more like he's someone who only exists in people's memories.
Wait, so you're saying
Bring back
it's not that
memories.
he's been erased necessarily, but more like he never existed to begin with? Okay, Paimon's gonna need some time to process that one. Someone who only
He's a mental illness in other people's mind.
memories?
Could it be like what happened with Greater Lord Rugadvar? Like some sort of mass alteration of people's memories?
You two are the adventurers who just arrived, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You're here for the Vamara Village Commission?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep, sure are. We were just looking into the case.
I'm so glad to hear that. Thank goodness you haven't given up. I've been so worried the Adventurers Guild might cancel our commission. My name is Atosa, by the way. I grew up here in
Atosa?
Vamara Village. Anyway, I just
Can I
wanted to
toss
say,
you?
please keep searching for a missing villager. I'm begging you. You have to find him.
I'll do my best. I'm sure we'll track him down. We'll certainly try our best.
Yeah, no need to worry. We'll give it our best shot. So, were you close to the missing villager? Are there any leads you can give us?
I'm not sure this counts as a lead, but follow me. There's a place I'd like to show you.
Sun hima. Kumar. What is this subtherapist doing here? Random event, fuck off, vittu.
Is this the place? Under this tree?
Yep. I know
Yep.
it doesn't look like much, but this place is very meaningful to me. It's so full of memories. We used to always sit together under this tree and talk.
Simp.
Sometimes we would look up at the clouds in the sky or stop to feel the wind against our skin. We could sit there for hours at a time, never realizing how long it had been. I was actually adopted by the people of Vamar Village. The forest rangers found me in the woods as a child. I was surrounded by such good people, and growing up in the village was so lively. Still, there were times when I couldn't help but feel incredibly alone.
Alone?
How should I put it? When something's bothering you, or when you have good news to share, you always want to talk about it with somebody.
Mm-hmm.
But for the longest time, I didn't know who I could talk to, or if I should say anything at all.
Mitä se äijä?
Everyone has their own problems to deal with.
Niin?
Even if I might want to confide in others, I don't want to become a burden.
Damn, don't you have friends? I think I get what you mean. That's what family is for. Oi, hyvänen aika sentään.
Really? You know exactly how I feel.
Joo, todellakin mulla ei literally ole vittu yhtään ketään tässä maailmassa, jolle mä voisin puhua niinku esim. Paimon, tai vittu joku 50 miljoonaa muijaa ympäri maailmaa, vittu! I used to have someone like that, a family member that I could talk to no matter what. Vittu, sinä voit tehdä sen nytkin. Shut the fuck up. But now I have a lot of friends who understand me and would be happy to hear me out. Yes. Paimo, sinä tulee yksi niistä. Fuck off.
Wow, that sounds really nice. You're quite lucky.
Casualate.
When it comes to our missing villager, well, I guess you could say that to me. He felt like both a family member I could rely on and a friend who could really understand me.
So what's the
No matter
issue?
what came my way, I knew I could always talk to him.
Tuolla on tommonen äijä.
He was so thoughtful and pure and patient too. Whenever I talked to him, he would always seem so interested, as if the things I was describing were just as important to him as they were to me. Ever since he disappeared, there's been so much I wanted to tell him. No, none of those things matters now. I just really want to see him again.
Wow, you two must have been really close.
Did you have sex? Mitä?
Did he ever tell you anything about himself?
He mostly just talked about interesting things he saw around the village. He'd share a lot of his own wild ideas as well. Oh, right.
Kuten minun kanssa naimisiin meneminen.
But all he said was, they're not here anymore.
Damn.
I didn't know whether that meant they had left the village or passed away, and I didn't want to pry.
Still not much to go off of.
Kysykää parempia kysymyksiä.
Talking your ear off and still nothing to show for it. I'm sorry I wasn't more help.
Don't say that. You helped us understand him better.
The last time I talked this much in one go was when we were still together.
Damn, did you were dating?
Come to think of it,
Englanti.
every time we talked, it always seemed to be around dusk, just like right now. Time
Haluaisit, musta tulee sun uusi poikaystävä.
slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours, the sun would still be at the same position in the sky.
Vittu, te osaatte pysäyttää ajan. Teen keskustelulla.
Slower when you're relaxed,
Jäppään
right?
sen.
What's
Ei, vaan toisin päin. The fuck? Heti kun on chilli, niin sit aika kuluu ihan vitun nopea, mutta heti kun pitäisi tehdä jotain, niin sit aika kuluu vitun hitaasti. What the fuck? It was always the same time of day, and time never seemed to pass. Aikamatkustus. Based on what we have learned, this is definitely not a regular missing persons case. What Atos just told us about time could be the key to unraveling this whole mystery. Let's unravel this world. Ei joo, miksi tässä on hiilikurkku? I wonder why.
those hilly trails over there? Doesn't it seem like they're acting a little strange?
Paino, mitä vittu meinaat? Abis mage.
The Abyss Order. Could they be the ones behind all of this?
Yes. Missä on Days Leave?
Uh-oh, we've been spotted! Quick, get ready to fight!
Se siihen paikkaan, kriminalska.
Take it easy. Gotcha.
Gather!
Hey there!
Into the wind. Busted.
Nyt sä oot mun armoilla, saatanan eläin.
Coming at ya!
More motherfuckers!
Attack! Hey there!
The wind knows it.
Stabilize!
Damn, you lived. Tough boy.
Coming at ya!
Thank you so much. I wasn't expecting monsters to show up. If you hadn't been here, I'm not sure what I would have done.
It was no trouble.
The question we should be asking now is, what is the Abyss Order doing around here?
Now that I think about it,
Giving trouble to
the
Days
villagers
Leave?
around Vilmara village have been a lot more active lately. They seem agitated and would often attack anything in sight. Chief Amadea doesn't allow the children to play in the area around the village anymore.
Damn.
Maybe the Abyss Order really is involved. Well, We should head back and check out the situation in Vimara Village just in case. If the Abyss Order is plotting something that could spell trouble for the villagers.
Wow.
Wait a second. The person... It's Dainslev!
Se siihen paikkaankin minä Dane, my boy!
Ah, it's you two.
Vittu, milloin sut on viimeksi nähty?
A friend of yours?
Yes, my father actually.
Well, I'll leave you all to it then. I should head back to the village and check up on Chief Amadea and the others anyway. Well, see you later.
Yep, see you later, Atosa!
Damn traveler, you all have the baddest bitches in the fucking whole world.
Why
Yeah, kuuluu toimenkuva.
out of nowhere like that? Is it your life's mission to jump scare us or something?
Paimon, mitä vittua?
Intentional for that matter.
Vitun.
As long as you and I
Oh,
are
what's that
both
over
in
there?
pursuit of the Abyss Order, we're bound to cross paths.
Ah, so you're here to investigate the Abyss Order then. That would explain the monsters you were fighting just now.
Vittu Paimonin pettämätön logiikka, helvetti.
Hold on. Are you not here for the same purpose?
We are also Undertale, but I'll admit we ran into them accident.
No matter. It may have taken you a while to catch on, but I'm sure you've also realized by now that there's something strange about this place.
Niin,
The
hän
Abyss
taitaa
Order
olla.
is most certainly planning something in this area. Or worse, their plan could already be in motion.
No
So
way.
you think the Abyss Order is behind the hilly trail activity in the area?
As things stand, I highly doubt that is their primary motive. I would imagine the increased hilly trail activity is merely a byproduct of whatever it is they're really trying to accomplish.
Still, the hilly trail activity is causing a lot of problems for the people here. We should stick around for a while and protect the village, don't you think?
The best way to protect them is by figuring out what the Abyss Order is truly planning. That is how we prevent further tragedy.
Well, let's see what more we can learn from the villagers, and after that you also owe us many answers.
And you shall have them. I never intended to hide anything from you.
Muuten vaan hävisit johonkin niin edes
There should
viimeksi.
be ample time to talk.
Pare olla vittu.
So that was the commission that brought you here to Vimara Village. Someone who seems to only exist in people's memories. That is indeed quite intriguing. I would agree that it's unlikely you have a simple missing persons case on your hands. However, any possible connection to the Abyss Order is still unclear. It appears all we have by way of clues is increased hilly trail activity. And that is certainly not much to go off of.
Well then, how about the intel you promised me?
Right! That mysterious voice he heard in his sister's memory. The one who called himself a sinner. Who is he?
Se on sun isäs. Mitä?
Traveler, let me ask you this.
Don't ask me
Do
questions.
you believe your sibling to have betrayed you?
Totta kai. I want to have faith in her, in a manner of speaking. Yeah.
I sense hesitation in your words.
Heh.
After all, you still haven't figured out the whole truth of what happened.
Say
There's still hope for the two of you to reconcile. Irreparable damage has not yet been done. The sinner you wish to know about, his situation is different. He and his fellow sinners have long betrayed me, and long betrayed their nation. His name
Saatarat.
is Vedderfolnir, the Visionary.
Visionääri.
I'm
On
loath
pastori
to
pike.
admit it, but he is also my kin, my older brother.
Your brother?
Bro! What happened between the two of you? What really happened in Kandria back then?
There were 5 of them, the 5 sinners of Kanria. The wise Roptatir, the visionary Vedderfolnir, Gold Rhindaughter,
Rhindaughter.
the foul Sertalogi,
Surtalogi.
and Rehir of Solnari, Rerir. No
Rerear.
matter how eroded my
The fuck was
memory may become, I will never forget their names. darkness. One day, I shall have my vengeance.
No hitto,
Wait,
Dainsleif.
some of those names sound really familiar. Rhine is the one who created Albedo. Sertolugi is Skirk's master. And the one we just learned about, Dane's brother, Vedafulnir. If he was the voice of the sinner, then the one who inspired Clotar to create the Abyss Order was him.
Somehow everything is connected. I don't know how that could be. If that's true, then the stone slates we found in the ruin in Fontaine, the ones that outline Fontaine's prophecy, that was likely where the leaders doing as well.
They were once people of great esteem in Canria, those who carried the hopes of the nation. They were the best of their peers, outstanding in their respective fields. 6 of us, together. We should have been the ones to prevent the disaster. The ones to stop the Vinster King from continuing to rock the foundation of the world. Yet, deep within, the 5 of them craved something more. They could not resist the call of the Abyss.
The Call of
And
Duty.
divided among themselves a power that could destroy the world. So they became sinners, but also transcendent beings, each in possession of world-shattering power.
We need to bring
When
back
the
God.
cataclysm occurred, not one of them stood up in defense of their nation. Not one came forward to prevent the tragedy. And for that, they shall never have my forgiveness.
And then my sibling came into contact with your brother, and they both came.
Indeed. If they are not stopped, the day is sure to come when they will also betray the entire world.
Mitä vittu? It must be hard to talk about all of this, but thank you for telling me.
Of course. As I said, I never intended to hide anything
No
from
vittu, pares pillaa sit broidi.
What have you been looking into all this time?
En mitään.
I've continued to investigate the questions surrounding the Loom of Fate. It's been quite some time since the initial operation was launched.
Muista vittu
By
yhtään
retrieving
mitään.
the eye of the first field tiller, we were able to stop part of their plan from coming to fruition.
Vittu, tosta on aikaa.
Paimon remembers? Weren't they going to use it to corrupt Osiel and make a god or something?
Indeed. However, it's obvious that was just some sort of technical experiment. The eye was integral to their plan, yet somehow, despite failing to obtain it, they've skipped the experimental phase and found some other way to keep moving forward. There are many signs pointing to that effect.
What should we do? It's not too late, is it?
It never is, Paimon.
Pressing concern is to determine the purpose of the Loom of Fate. From there, we'll be able to deduce the Abyss Order's true objective. Based on the intel I've gathered so far, I suspect the Loom of Fate is related to the ley lines in some way.
Everything is connected to the fucking ley lines.
Traveler, you were able to observe your siblings' memories last time, yes? I believe that was due to the fact that the ley lines in that area were unstable. My recent investigation has shown that Abyss Order activity in a particular area is usually followed by a series of issues with the ley lines.
And one of the things that flows through the ley lines are memories. Bring back memories.
Wait, then our commission here in Vimara Village, the person who seems to exist only in people's memories, could it be connected?
Memories bring back ley lines, the Loom of Fate lines. The missing person that doesn't seem to exist. What's the connection between all this?
It's certainly possible. I'll join your investigation tomorrow.
Mitä?
This missing persons case could very well turn out to be the key to unraveling these mysteries.
Unraveling the
Well, if we're teaming up with Dane again, we're gonna need all the energy we can get. Let's try investigating somewhere a little further away tomorrow.
Koska Dane imee minusta kaikki mehut vittu. Onks näin, Paimon? Ruts. Ai vittu selkeä. Hyvänen aika, Paimon.
So tired. Paimon used way too much brain juice yesterday. fault saying all that complicated stuff.
You don't have any juice. You're not a juicer. I didn't sleep well either. My hand's a mess.
Well,
Vittu.
let's go find Dane. We've got a lot to do today.
Dane lähti jo. Mitä? Missä on Dane? Missä on Blaine?
Dane? Hello, Dane? Why are you just zoning out over here?
Mitä vittua sen pitäisi tehdä?
Did something happen?
What's wrong, man?
The missing person from your commission. Could you describe them to me?
Oh,
No.
young
Mukava äijä.
early 20s? Seriously, Dane, what's going on?
There appear to be certain memories in my mind that weren't there before. Memories of him.
Maybe we just talked too much about him yesterday and you had a weird dream or something?
I don't dream.
No, it wasn't a dream. They're memories. Memories that suddenly appeared in my mind after I woke up. And I'm certain I've never met this person before.
Well, what exactly did you remember?
I remember
Everything.
handing him the eye of the first field tiller.
Hey, yo.
What? Okay, so this missing person definitely has something to do with the Abyss Order then.
Indeed. And it appears he possesses the ability to implant memories into the minds of others.
How is that even possible, bro?
Wait then. All the memories the villagers have of him, could they be fake too? Maybe they never knew him at all. But why would he do something like that?
Testatakseen toimiiko se?
Whatever the Abyss Order is planning, an important truth has been revealed to us this morning.
What sort of truth?
Tää ei ole aito.
Their goal is still to obtain the eye of the first field tiller. They haven't stopped searching for it. I am the only person who knows its location. Perhaps implanting that particular memory was an attempt to interfere with my mind in some way.
Is the eye still safe? What if that memory is real?
Your concerns are not entirely unfounded. I don't believe the Abyss Order is capable of altering reality like that just yet. However, considering their single-minded pursuit of the eye, I would say an equal level of caution is in order on our part. Come with me. We must check whether the eye is still in our possession.
Kuitenkin sitä ne haluaa, että me mennään käymään siellä.
Oh, so you're going to take us to where you hid it?
But what if someone follows us? Haha, if we go straight there and someone is on our tail, aren't we just exposing the eye's location? Maybe that's the reason the Abyss were implanted that memory in the first place, to force Dane to confirm the eye's location. Mitä äijä miettii? Given what I know of him, though, I'm sure Dane has already thought of that possibility. It seems like he might already have a plan. Let's go, lead the way, Dane.
Of course.
Nah, you will lead. What the fuck? I don't even know where it is. Sinne tuon paskan viereen. Kukaan ei vitussa oo.
Time to go.
Moi vitsi, onko se tuossa? No johan se paikan löysit.
So you hid it way out here? Not a easy place to discover, that's for sure. Well,
No
let's go
joo.
check to see if it's safe.
Kuka tahansa saattaisi minulla vaan tuoda näin.
Wait.
Mitä? Vittu, mulla päänsärkyä.
We've no time to lose. Let's head inside.
No ok, miksi sä sit pysäyttelet mua helvettiin? What was Dane going to tell me just now?
Hey, wait up!
Ei avaudu mulle, boy. Älä jätä mua ulos. Oo kosketuksista tuntei siis. Tuli ja sähkö. Paskan vitut tarvin noista mitään. Sieniä.
Gotcha. Into the wind. Coming at ya. Hey there. Hiya. Quietly now. One with nature. Coming at ya.
It appears the mechanisms here have changed over time. You can access the upper floor through the side door. Perhaps you should try reactivating the mechanism over there.
Ruin guard.
Solidify.
Gotcha. The wind knows. Hey there. Watch out.
Make sure all the runes are pointing in the direction indicated by the light. That should unlock the mechanism.
Oh yeah. Oh, I see.
Ah, the door's open. Let's go. Our destination is just up ahead.
Toi oli täys vahinko. Mä luulin, että mun pitää aika siirtää mutta sit se oli kaikki ihan ok. Haha. Wow, tää mesta on valtava.
Can't go any further.
Be on your guard. I sense the presence of the abyss.
Oh! Joo, big man.
It's the Abyss Order! They're here!
No vittu sitähän se Daily sano, saatana.
This is order. Stabilize.
Busted.
This dude weak as hell.
Watch out. Coming at you. The wind knows me. Gotcha.
Gather.
Attack!
just as I suspected. The false memories were a trap. The Abyss Order just wanted to follow us here. Now that they're in the vicinity, we should have a chance to see.
Dane? What's wrong?
Päänsärky, boy.
Can you feel that? There's been a disturbance in the ley lines.
No.
It must be the work of the Abyss.
Wow, you must be really sensitive to that sort of thing. Paimon doesn't feel it.
You too. Do as I say. Use that mechanism over there and leave this place.
Leave you here on your own? Will you be alright?
The Abyss Order is putting something in motion. If you return to Vimara village, I suspect you might finally have the opportunity to locate the missing villager.
Onko näin?
Just think of it as a way to divide and conquer.
Aight, bet. See you later, G. Dane does have a point. But something still feels off. What am I missing? Kuitenkaan toi ei oo Dane. Vaan se on joku muodonmuuttaja velho. Sister, is that you? Nani, I fucking knew it.
I knew going along with your trap would be the only way to meet with you face to face.
Mikäs miekka toi? You gonna voice act?
You risked your safety and that of the Eye? That's quite the gamble, Dainsleif. But I believe that I am the one walking into a trap laid by the Twilight Sword.
Not the Twilight Sword.
So you came here all on your own? What about those followers of yours?
When the Twilight Sword is prepared for battle, any army I could send would only be marching to their doom. Better that I face you alone. I know you must have a lot to say, but if it's a conversation you want, you'll have to defeat me first.
It's very anime of you, Lumine.
The Abyss Order's on the move. The ley lines are all out of whack. We better hurry back to Vimara village and see what's going on.
Hiilikurkut nukkuu.
Look at those hiljaines over there.
They seem strangely calm.
Weren't they acting super agitated just a little while ago?
Niin, koska ihmisetkin on koko ajan raivoissaan.
All of a sudden.
Ihan niinku tää olis... Wait, I hear something. Vittu ensimmäinen kerta, että vittu hiilikurkut ottaa chillisti.
In the new world, they bade farewell to the shrouded sun.
Kuka puhuu?
At last, they no longer needed to dwell on their suffering, or try to differentiate between various thoughts of blasphemy.
Ei joo.
Such was the price they paid, and thus their souls became cleansed and pure.
Did you hear that? What was that sound just now?
You heard it too, Paimon? It was someone's voice.
It sounded so gentle. Could that voice be comforting the hiljaines in some way? Oh, this is weird.
Just call them good boys and end of it. Tapetaan noi hiilikurkut ensin. Hähähähä, varastin teidän jutut.
Looks like the same thing is happening over here too. The hiljaines are calm.
You see, we're both still here. We've reclaimed an endless amount of time to love.
Hey, yo.
Release your tears. You no longer need to hold back your sorrow.
It's that voice again. Yeah.
Over there. It looks like they're sleeping.
Everyone is fucking sleeping here.
In the end, he whispered softly.
Minä olen se kuiskaaja.
Sleep well, Father. Sleep well, my beloved people. When you awake, that which differentiates us shall be no more.
It almost sounds like a poem or some kind of story. Well, now that the hilly trolls have calmed down, Vimara village should be safe at least. Let's put this situation to the side for now. Dane said this might be our chance to find the missing villager, so we should head back to Vimara village before it's too late.
You're really making me run this way.
Grandpa Medea, is everyone alright? The Abyss Order seems to be up to something nearby.
The Abyss Order? This is
What the
first
fuck is that?
I'm hearing of it. Thank you for your concern, but as far as I'm aware, it's been business as usual here in the village.
Well, that's good to hear. Oh, also, you didn't happen to come across any clues about the missing villager while we were gone, did you?
Someone's gone missing, you say? Who would that be?
No niin, loistavaa. You don't remember, things just got even more complicated.
You know, the young guy from Vimara village. The one you've been looking for all this time. You posted a commission with the Sumeru Adventurers Guild.
I don't remember doing that,
That's
too.
the whole reason we're here, actually. Your missing persons commission.
Ah, I do apologize, you two. I hope I'm not worrying you too much. I'm sure it's just my age making me forgetful again. At least right now, I can't seem to recall whatever it is you're referring to.
Ei, sama mennä puhujakin toiselle.
Try asking someone else.
Hyvä idea, let's go.
How is that?
Turpa kiinni, Pang, let's just go.
Thanks for your help, Grandpa Amadea.
We need to fucking make sure.
Something's definitely not right.
No vittu, ai ja.
Grandpa Amadea about the missing villager. There's no way he could have forgotten all about him just like that.
Paimon hyvänen aika sentään 1+1.
Could everyone's memories of the missing villager have been erased again?
It's too early to say, we should check in with the others first.
You're right. We should narrow down the possibilities first. Let's go ask someone else then.
Joo, muistat sä en kadonnut, ai et, ok, näkemiin, kiitos. About ye high. Very nice, very nice. Nabati. Where is that bitch? Why don't we go ask the bitch?
Someone's gone missing? Who?
Just as expected.
Your mother.
That guy you said a bunch of nice things about earlier? The one you always used to chat with. He's around 20
Just
years
chatting?
old, and you said he was a kind, warm-hearted person?
Sort of person.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
That's my mother.
Really? You remember?
There aren't many young people who've earned that kind of praise from me. If you're certain that's what I said, then there's only one person who fits the bill. No doubt about it. But why'd you say he's gone missing?
Have you seen him recently? Do you know where he went?
Yeah, I just saw him leave the village. There was someone else with him, too. They
The
couldn't have gone far.
bitch. Mihin suuntaan? Tuohon suuntaan, tuohon suuntaan.
Strange. Bayram seems to remember him. And apparently he just saw him?
He's back, baby.
Maybe it's not that there's something wrong with people's memories, but that we've somehow returned to a time before he went missing?
Land before time? I doubt returning to the past would be that simple. Given everything Dane mentioned about the disturbances with the ley lines, I'd say it's far more likely. Dismissed with the ley lines, I'd say it's far more likely this is related to memories in some way. Fucking hate that shit. I need to think carefully what's really going on.
Just like what happened with Greater Lord Rukadevada, no one remembers him. Because there's been a change in people's memories. If we really did travel back to a time before he disappeared, that could explain why the villagers said he hadn't gone missing. If this person only exists in people's memories, maybe we're in someone's memory right now. Just like what happened. No, Baram still remembers him. He just forgot about the fact that this person went missing. Time travel is extremely difficult to perform. The current situation probably has something to do with the disturbances in the ley lines.
Right! Paimon totally forgot about the ley line disturbances. We're in someone else's memory. Just like how you entered your sibling's memory last time.
I entered my sibling?
That would also explain why we seem to be at a time before he went missing. It's a memory after all.
If we're really in someone's memory, then this is our chance to find him.
Right. If he's someone who only exists in people's memories, then we're finally on the same turf.
We are turfs?
Didn't Bayron just say that he saw him leave the village with someone? Where should we go look for him? Who knows how long this ley line disturbance is gonna last? We might not have that much time and we don't even know whose memory this is.
Let's go through what we know so far.
Good idea. That'll help us narrow things down. We pretty much figured out that the missing villager has the ability to
implant memories into the minds of others.
Right! That! Can we try to figure out more about him using what we know of his ability? Like, does it maybe leave a trace that would somehow give him away?
Let's use the fucking Witcher shit I have. Implanting memories into the minds of others must be an imperfect process. There's no way the new memories could perfectly blend in with the old ones. There has to be some kind of tail.
All the memories seem to be set in or near Vimara village, but I'm still not sure if they're restricted to this location. If time was allowed to pass within the false memories, there's a higher chance they might conflict with someone's original recollection. That would make it much harder to avoid suspicion. There's a difference between memories that arise from lived experiences and those that are implanted into the mind. Perhaps it has something to do with time. No. Based on what we know so far, there isn't any evidence to support that conclusion.
No wonder!
Damn.
All this time and the sky hasn't changed a bit! That must mean time isn't passing! That's the tell of the fake memories! The implanted memories are basically taking place outside of the regular 24 hours of the day. If the memories included the regular passage of time, it would be easy for people to tell that something was off. Like there could be overlap or something. People might start to wonder why they remember doing two different things at the same time of day. That's why he makes sure the memories take place at a specific moment in time rather than over a period of time.
If we consider this in conjunction with what we already know, then the question of whose memory this is seems to have an obvious answer.
The color of the sky coincides with the moment in time she described. Dainsleif had memories implanted into his mind. Could it be that it's happened more than once? We thought Chief Amadea forgot about the missing villager, but it turns out we're at a moment in time before the village issued the commission. No, that doesn't seem right. I need to think about this some more. No, that doesn't seem right.
Oh, right!
come to think of it, every time we talked, it always seemed to be around dusk, just like right now. Time always passed by really slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours, the sun would still be at the same position in the sky.
Yep, that has to be it. This is definitely Atosa's memory.
Let's go to the tree.
Yeah, that's where they'll be.
Take it easy. Take it easy.
May.
So, you see, Granny Jahiet was a mercenary when she was younger. She just talks like that out of habit. She's not trying to scare the children on purpose. Oh, there I go again. Always talking about my own things. Do you maybe have anything you want to share?
Like your feelings with me?
It's okay if you don't. You could also just talk about what you think of me?
Hey, yo.
I think you're an incredibly strong and thoughtful young woman.
Hey, yo.
You'll meet many amazing people and live a very happy life. You won't miss someone like me.
Huh?
Onks näin?
Are those your friends over there?
No, because I don't have any friends. I can't even pull bitches like you. We finally found him. But why does he look kind of familiar?
Oh, right. This version of Atosa hasn't met us yet.
Friends? I guess you could say that. It must have taken them a lot of effort to find me. So, I should see what they need. I'm sorry, Atosa. We'll have to continue this conversation another time.
Another time, huh?
Voi tossu.
Yeah, okay. I'll head back to the village then. Talk to you some other time.
She wants that thing. She want me. She want me.
It's nice to see you, traveler.
Kuka
I
vittu oot?
believe this is the first time we've met.
Sä oot? Mun isä. A scarf. Factoring in the memories, the abyss or the loom of fate and everything else, I need to think of the person that can connect all of these together.
The founder of the Abyss Order. The man who broke the curse of immortality.
Damn.
Born into abject sorrow, he shall now become the loom of fate. Dane's brother, one of the 5 sinners of Conria. The one who stole the power of the Abyss. No, that doesn't seem... You're... Kari Ben Alberik.
Sakke sai taas töitä.
Oh. You know me? That's quite the surprise. I don't believe I've met you before.
No ne kanrialaiset silmät.
I see. It was the memory, wasn't it? Your sibling's memory. You saw... the me from back then. This is Atosa's memory.
Sä sanoit the me.
I came here to say goodbye to her. But I suppose I'll just leave her a message instead.
Hey yo, don't do that.
Let's find somewhere else to talk.
In Kandria culture, that is considered a dick move. Mitä vittua siinä lukee? Washi wo bing shilling? Bing shilling washi wo? Chilling bing washing wishing washing? Wishy washy? Äijä noituu meidät vittu. Wow. You live like this. Vähänkö on kivat värit? The proof of existence. Mä oon olemas. Mä en voi uskoa, että mä oon olemas. Piu, 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 ässöpö. Nyt juttelet mulle, saatana. Sakke ääni näyttele nyt. Vittu. What is this place, you panting bitch?
I suppose you could call it the realm of my consciousness. I'm someone who no longer exists in the real world after all. As you well know.
You look quite exhausted.
It's nothing. I still have enough strength to play the part of a good host. I've always hoped that I'd get the chance to talk to you like this.
Is that so?
The time has finally arrived.
What time is now? This is a rare opportunity for me as well. I should try to learn as much information from Caribert as I can. What exactly happened to you as the Loom of Fate?
Extreme sorrow and pain. Hope and regret coursing through your veins. And a degree of abyssal power defies comprehension. Father told me that once I possessed all those elements, I would become the Loom of Fate.
Well, did you?
Despite his intentions for me, I never truly became the Loom of Fate. I was merely used as a means for its construction.
Damn.
In truth, I died the moment I set everything in motion. The person you see before you now is nothing but a remnant of consciousness left over within the Loom of Fate.
Caribert is dead? That's why he no longer exists outside of people's memories.
As for your question, the Loom of Fate is a device capable of weaving ley lines.
Weaving ley lines?
In its primitive form, it can only be used to create and implant memories.
Implant memories.
But as more of it is completed, its power becomes stronger and stronger. Until finally, it has the power to weave real ley lines of its own. Once fully completed, the moment it gains the power to weave ley lines, it loses the lower level ability to influence memories. But it also becomes a tool that can change the entire world.
So that was the source of your ability to implant memories?
Yes. I have the ability to control the loom in its semi-completed form. I suppose you can think of it as a form of compensation. After all, its existence cost me my life.
So the memories that suddenly appeared in Dane's mind were implanted by Caribert through the half-finished Loom of Fate. That makes sense. It doesn't make sense. But I'm still lost as to why he went so far as to introduce himself to other residents of Vimar Village. But why did you implant memories of yourself into the people of Vimar Village?
That.
Se oli vaan meemillä.
I was wrong to implant those memories. I'm sorry I caused so much trouble. Not only for everyone in the village, but for you as well.
I don't care, I get to see Dane, vittu.
I just wanted them to feel like I once existed in this world. As if I had a chance at life.
Kuin vanha sä oot? So that's why I wouldn't have never guessed. But is there any kind of meaning to this? Does only existing people's memories really count as living? No.
I know what you must be thinking.
Et mä oon ihan vitu
Why
säilyttäjämies.
would I do something so meaningless?
It's not meaningless. To you?
But I just couldn't accept it. I had to know what it would be like if I had my own life. What kind of person I would be. What other people would think of me. Chief Amadia, Baram, Granny Jahiyat, Atosa.
What the fuck?
If I could live alongside them. No cataclysm, no curse. Just a quiet life in a peaceful village. I was curious, so I selfishly tried to have my own life.
Yes, it's very selfish to have your own life.
Even if that meant piecing together the version of myself that could have been. One memory at a time. I know it sounds stupid. After all, My life ended a long time ago.
Damn, bro.
Any chance at living was stripped away from me when I was 8 years old.
8?
My
Jösses.
consciousness left to mature in an illusory world of nothingness. And the form you see before you was nothing but an invention based on my father's appearance. An imagined version of what I would look like if I had the chance to grow up.
In the end, this all stems from the tragedy that occurred in Conria back then. You know, everyone is looking for you.
I know. But there's nothing I can do to make them find me. If I could exist in the real world, I would return without a second thought and surprise them with the suddenness of it all. But, well, that's not possible for me.
As I understand it. Even though you only appeared in their memories, your existence was a great comfort to them. They all believed you once lived among them.
I know.
Well, now that I have found you, let's continue this conversation some other time. Dane might still need my help.
Captain Dainsleif. Twilight Sword, you mean? No need to meet up with him. Things should already be settled on his end.
Settled?
Exactly. As someone who could only exist in people's memories, the fact that I'm able to talk to you in my consciousness like this can only mean one thing. The Loom of Fate has already been completed.
What? The Loom of Fate is already complete? That means the first field tiller must have fallen into the hands of the Abyss. Could something have happened to Dane? Arthur?
No need to worry about Captain Dainsleif. He's absolutely fine.
He's very fine, yes.
The only reason he lost the eye was because I happened to guess exactly what he was planning.
Damn, bro, you're smart as fuck.
He's had the eye inside his body this whole time, hasn't he? His plan was to lure the Abyss Order to a false location, capitalizing on their pursuit of the eye in order to have the chance to confront the princess.
Princess?
He'd then hand the eye to you and tell you to take it away from that location. That way, Captain Dainsleif could accomplish his own goal and ensure the safety of the eye all at once. A very thorough plan.
But they never handed me the eye.
That's right, because in his mind, he had given it to you already.
Wait, does that mean he gave Dane a false memory? You made him think that? When?
Before you two entered that false location.
Traveler, wait.
Ah.
We've no time to lose. Let's head inside.
So when Dane froze up back then, it was because a false memory was being implanted in his mind. No wonder.
That was when I implanted the memory of him handing you the eye. Given the tense situation at that time, Captain Dainsleif failed to notice anything out of the ordinary, and took that memory to be real. I'm sorry, Traveler, but I needed the Loom of Fate to be completed. And to do that, we had to retrieve the eye.
Siis ne sai se, mitä vittu mulle ne sanoi sitten. So Dane had the eye this whole time until the Abyss Order took it away. I'm not sure there's anything we could have done. Me oltais voitu tapella vittu kaikkia vastaan, tapa kaikki. Now that the Loom of Fate is complete, what are you planning on doing with it?
I promise I'm not trying to conceal anything from you, but I truly have no idea what the princess is planning.
Princess?
Tevat's ley line system is deeply entrenched in the planet. Creating new ley lines can neither replace nor extend the ones that already exist. In the face of everything they could be planning, I fear I'm too insignificant to even get a glimpse of the bigger picture. In any case, I had my own use for the Loom of Fate, and my goal, at least, has been achieved.
Your goal?
You remember my father, don't you?
No.
Clotar Alberic. I believe you saw him in your sibling's memory.
I don't know. Show me a picture.
After he used the power of the Abyss to restore consciousness to my hiljainen form.
Hiljainen form.
I suffered from an indescribable level of mental anguish.
Oh no.
To comfort me, my father told me a story. That this was a fairy tale world
Oh
where I
yeah.
had to take on the form of a little monster. That story managed to dispel my fears. Even if just for a moment. My goal was simple. To use the Loom of Fate in its near-completed form. When its ability to create memories was at its strongest. To implant a specific memory into the minds of the Hillagers. In that memory, I would tell them a story. Just like my father did for me. It was a story of fairy tales and love. But more than anything, it was the story of us.
So the thing that caused the villagers to calm down back then was Garibed's story. So that was his goal, that was the only thing he wanted. He had a device as powerful as the Loom of Fate at his disposal, and all he wanted to do with it was to offer the villagers a moment of comfort and peace. That's so cute.
I can't change the world. Not when I lost the very right to exist within it. Implanting those memories, that was the most worthwhile thing I could offer.
Perhaps, I think it was very meaningful indeed.
All that's left of my existence is a wisp of residual consciousness tied to the Loom of Fate. In truth, that trace of my consciousness should have dissipated long ago. My goal was the one thing that allowed me to hold on all this time. But now, the bedtime story is finished. And it's finally time to rest.
Ai, kiitos näkemiin. Tydyn. Syvä hengitys. Poika. Not the bandana. He's gone.
Looks like I was too late to see Kari Bear one last time.
Oh, my sister. Mommy! Where have you been? Ootko aito? Ei se oo aito.
Kari Bear's
Mitä paskaa?
consciousness is gone, and this space will soon disappear along with it. Neither of us belongs here. That's why we're not tangible. Were that not the case, I'd love to hug you too. Well, how about a conversation?
How about, vittu?
The chance to just stop and talk like this is certainly not easy to come by. Wouldn't you agree?
Sä oisit voinut milloin tahansa tulla minne tahansa. Yeah, I almost can't believe it's real.
That battle earlier was tough.
What battle?
One against Dane, I mean.
Oh shit, you fought
I
him?
didn't expect that after everything, he would still hesitate to raise his sword against me.
Hesitate.
Were it not for that,
Dane's ass.
perhaps I'd still be no match for the Twilight Sword. Even after 500 years.
Toi on ihan vitun ääs, että toi toinen puhuu ja toi toinen ei. What exactly are you planning? What are you going to do with the Loom of Fate?
The Loom of Fate, huh? I still haven't found a way to utilize it to its full potential. But there's still time before the heavenly principles awaken.
The heavenly principles are still asleep?
Yes, for 500 years now, ever since the cataclysm in Conria. There's been no sign of activity. Not long ago, you witnessed the Hydro Archon destroy her divine throne. yes?
Mm.
Such a flagrant disregard for the rules, and still Celestia took no action.
Princess
I think
Celestia.
that's proof enough of the Heavenly Principles situation. However, the Heavenly Principles will awaken. We just don't know when that will be, or what might trigger it.
Viimeistään siellä Ryslandiassa joku kuolema tai jotain. You really hate the Heavenly Principles, don't you?
You could say that.
Se erotti
Just look
meidät.
at Karibear. He was so pure and single-minded. The space we now find ourselves is a perfect representation of who he was. Quiet and peaceful. Even as a hilly churl, seeing the terrible sight within the mirror wasn't enough to taint his spirit. He brought comfort to the people of this world, even though he was denied the very right to be a part of it. So ask yourself this. Who was it that deprived him of that right to exist? Of course, that's only one example. My feelings about the Heavenly Principles are too complicated to explain in just a few words.
Ok.
Ether?
Ether? Se ei ole mun nimi. Mun nimi on Traveler.
You're the only one in this world who calls me that.
I wonder why.
So much I wanted to ask you, but for some reason, I'm not interested in asking those questions right now.
Toi oli niin vitun tyhmä kommentti tohon väliin, koska ne tietää tasan tarkkaan, minkä takia ainoastaan Lumi sanoo sitä aatteriksi vittu.
There's just one thing I have to ask. One thing I could never understand.
Why would they make some dumb shit like that?
Why can't we continue our journey together?
Koska meillä pitää olla jotain hauskaa, jota tehdä. Ja käsikirjoittajille erotella.
At the end of my journey, I arrived at a place known as the Sea of Flowers at the end.
Aha.
Do you remember? A long time ago, when we traveled between worlds together, you told me you wanted to find a place in the universe where that one flower was in full bloom. To have a place like that suddenly appear before me. Well, would you think of that as a coincidence?
No.
You mean...
I miss you too, Ether. But as this war continues to rage, and as I continue to seek that final answer, I don't even know how to face myself sometimes, let alone my own brother.
Tää vittua sä selität?
What's going on?
This space has lost its tether. I doubt it'll be able to exist much longer. In fact, aside from our inability to physically interact with each other, there's something else you should know about this space. With Karibear gone, we won't be able to remember anything that happened here.
Well, isn't that convenient?
This will be wiped from existence, including all memory of our reunion.
That's so fucking gay of you, Mihoyo.
This now?
So fucking gay, man. Ois voinut tiputtaa semmoisen F-pommin, ettei mitään järkeä. But they didn't wanna do that. Ne olivat sille ihan sama, se unohtaa kuitenkin. Fuck y'all. Vihaan sinua.
Still so sleepy. Paimon's head feels all fuzzy.
Fuzzy face bear.
A little earlier than you, so Paimon will fill you in. The villagers said that they saw us sleeping near the village yesterday. They couldn't wake us up no matter how hard they tried, so they
Kokeiliko se heittää vettä meidän päälle?
Oh, and Dane came by just now. It looked like he was injured.
I know.
He didn't say anything though. Just made sure that you were all right and left. Kinda seemed like he had a lot on his mind, but that's Dane for ya.
He never changes, does he, that motherfucker? I'm having trouble thinking straight right now, so I'm gay right now.
Let's think for a second. We were in that memory, and we saw that guy you called Karibear.
Karibu?
He was the missing villager that we've been trying to find, right?
Hmm.
And after that, what happened.
Caribert and I talked for a while. He told me about the Loom of Fate.
Wait, really? What a score!
I guess our commission is complete. Then the missing villager, the person who only exists in people's memories, was Caribert all along. But now that he is gone, I'm not sure how to explain things to the villagers.
Well, what happened after that?
I saw my sister, haha. After that, I can't seem to remember. Maybe I'm just tired, I feel like something has happened, but why can't I remember? I'm not sure why, but it almost feels like I lost something.
There you are. Sleep well?
No. Hirveä hedari.
Bayram, you sure seem happy. Did something good happen?
Joo.
Something good?
Minä ja tossa mentiin naimisiin.
Wasn't anything good or bad, I'd say. It's just that, well, the village organized another search party yesterday. It didn't feel right to leave all the searching to the adventurers. So there we were, searching away, when suddenly this one guy said it all came back to him. According to him, one day around dusk he was passing by this one tree outside the village, and he saw our missing villager. There he was, sleeping under that tree all by himself. His parents came a little later to wake him up, and they all left together. It looked like quite a happy family, apparently.
The fuck?
And after that, well, we all started to feel like that really is what happened. Kind of strange that we forgot all about it for so long.
So that's how Caribert said his goodbyes. That was the last memory he gave them.
Oh, and we also remembered his name, Caribert. Now, that's not a name you hear
Karikaru.
every day. Would have been helpful if we remembered it sooner.
That is a unique name. Make sure you remember it this time.
Well, I hope he's happy wherever he is. And we're all relieved now that we know what happened.
Voisiko saada tosta kirjallisen jutun, Katrina?
That's probably for the best. At least they have some sort of explanation now.
Caribert is gone, the Loom of Fate is now complete, and no one else will try to change the villagers' memories.
Paimon wonders how Atos is doing. Maybe we should go check
Not
on
well.
her. If she hasn't remembered like everyone else, we can tell her what happened.
Yeah, he was never going to bone your ass.
Now, so she's probably at the tree. Come on, let's go talk to her.
Se on vittu hirttänyt se siihen puuhaan. Damn girl. Mä olen raskaana.
Oh, it's you two. I was just about to go looking for you. I wanted to thank you. I was part of the search party, so I remember what happened to Caribert now. Honestly, I just can't believe I forgot something so important.
Maybe he wanted you to forget him. I'm sure he wouldn't want you to forget him.
It's funny, but I have this feeling he told me the same thing. I just can't seem to remember when. I guess it doesn't really matter anyway. Life is made up of a series of memories. As long as I hold on to our time together, he'll always be a part of my life. I'm just happy I got to meet him. So, who cares what happens in the future, right?
Niinpä, ehkä Sumero menee sotaan vittu Fontainein kanssa tai jotain. Ei kosketa häneen.
I'll admit, I'm just putting on a brave face. I was dumped, wasn't I?
You was never in anything, bro.
Otherwise, why would he just leave like that without saying goodbye?
I'm sure he had his reasons. He was gay as fuck.
You don't need to comfort me. I'll be okay.
Mut mun on pakko.
It's just like Caribert said. It's the things we overcome that make life more precious.
Vittu, onko sä jos stoalainen tai jotain?
If he has a heart, maybe he'll come back and see me one day.
He won't.
Anyway, thanks for
He
all your
did.
hard work, you two.
Always has been.
I promised I'd help Granny Jahiet with something, so I should head back. Goodbye.
Bye, bitch.
That should be it, right? Everyone's lives can go back to normal now.
Totta kai.
Right. Weren't you about to tell Paimon what happened after your conversation with Kari Bear?
En muista. Rod, what was it that had happened? I can't remember. It feels like there's something in my pocket. Ei oo, siellä on juna.
A picture? Where'd that come from? Let Paimon see.
Mitä helvettiä let siitä? You must get along with each other, the two of you. Sepä. Kuva. Siinä on minä ja Abismal ja siinä on Vilismal, aina kun me riidellään. Bedtime story. Bring back memories. Tässä meni 1,5 tuntia tässä paskas, mitä vittu. Eiku niinhän se taas muutenkin olla, en mä tiedä, ihan sama vittu sitä paskas. Bring back memories, bring back memories. Kiitos. No hyvä, että se Dainsleif vaan vittu meni pois noin vain. Vittu, mitä helvettiä tääkin nyt taas oli. I don't know, tämä saattoi olla ihan paska story questi myös. Saatimme vähän jotain vastauksia, mutta... No, not very lucky. I am fucking tired, man, and I still have a Chlorinden story quest, joka on pitempi kuin tää paska. For some reason. But we have to do it, koska aikaa tuli tuhlattua, joten... Enkä halua... tuhlata aikaa siihen. Silent Night. Tekisin jotain muuta. Joten näillä mennään.
Huh? Do you also see Navia and Clorand over there?
Les being around.
They look like they might have run into some kind of trouble.
Miten niin?
Check out what's going on.
You don't make no sense. To jumping into conclusions.
Still no dice?
No dice?
Not at all. And I've asked pretty much everyone in the court of Fontaine already. Lynette's ears drooped as soon as she heard that we'd have to be out and about for days on end. And Fremine, he hid himself under his helmet as soon as he realized there'd be people around that he didn't know.
What about Chiori and Charlotte? I feel like both of them would be more than up to it.
I've asked them already, but they're both pretty busy right now. I just gave the members of the Spina a few days off, too, so I don't want to bother them either.
This is getting pretty difficult.
Navia, Clorand, what's up?
My dignity.
Oh my. Well, if it isn't my dear partners. How are you all doing?
Very well.
Navia?
Mitä?
Huh? Oh, you mean...
Yep, this is our chance.
Kolmekin paita. What are you going to do? We were just passing through.
Do you need our help with something?
Oh, precisely. My dear partners, we've got a huge problem.
And I have a huge...
Whoa, for real?
For real, for real? On God?
We've already exhausted all our other options.
What kind of problem? Tell me about it.
Traveler, Paimon,
Yes, Navia.
would you
Soupy
join
sippy.
us and play Mar Shosei Hunter Judgment Day?
Yes. Let's play it right now.
It's a new game script by the Tabletop Troupe, a local roleplay adventure club.
Oh shit,
Ever
role
heard of the
playing.
Tabletop Troupe? They put out games that allow you to participate in a story and role-play characters with your friends. I've
Poggers.
loved their stuff ever since I was a kid.
That sounds super interesting.
Clorand and I are both veteran members of the club. Recently, someone came up with a new script and was looking for people to help playtest it for them. And when they asked, of course I couldn't refuse.
Of course.
I mean, come on! A brand new script? Nobody has ever played it before.
Generally speaking, scripts at that level of development have a lot of issues, but I think this one is pretty solid. The author obviously put a lot of work into the story, and the world building is also quite credible.
Whoa. I know I was the one that handed you the script, but some of us haven't read it yet. No spoilers, please.
Miksi et ole lukenut?
Anyway, the script calls for a team of 4. Ah, yes. We're missing one final player right now.
You were right, that is a big problem.
So, you're saying you'll help us out?
Aina.
I knew I could count on you, partner.
Tarvii edes kysyä.
Paimon and the Traveler are kind of a package deal. Is that okay?
That's not a problem. I'll adjust the pace based on the actual number of players and ensure that everyone has a good time.
I already do.
Traveler, what do you think? Wanna play? Paimon will follow your lead.
Minä roolipelaan näitten muiden kanssa any day of the week. I always help a friend in need. Hihi. I can't mean for a great script.
Well, that solves our
Fuck the
problem.
script.
You have our thanks.
Woohoo! I'll go grab the script manager from the club right away.
The script manager? Didn't you just say that you gave Claram the script?
Bitch, you so dumb.
The club introduced a completely new kind of gameplay for this script. In this iteration, the Game Master's version of the script is incomplete. The
Mitä?
script manager provides the next part of the script only after players have completed the current list of objectives. On top of that, in order to increase player immersion, the club has created some of the story's sets and scenes in real life. We'll only know where we should go once the script manager reveals the starting location.
Wow, you're right. Whoever wrote this script really did put in a lot of work.
And it's got a real healthy amount of suspense, right? I mean, even the GM doesn't know how the story will end.
I look forward to experiencing it with you all.
Why don't you go meet up with the others first? They should all be waiting at Chioria Boutique. I'll come over with the script manager as soon as I find them.
Sounds good. Remember to always watch where you're going, and don't rush.
You say that like I'm 6 years old or something. Let me think. What kind of character should I play this time?
I just hope you'll pick up some useful skills this time.
Shut up, Chlorand.
Stop trying to persuade every animal you come across.
Let her have fun, fuck.
Take it easy.
Hello, ladies. Oi vitun furina.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
You're back! Huh? And you've got the Traveler and Paimon with you too!
What a pleasant surprise. I assume you'll be joining us for the game then?
Näköjään.
Linny, Farina! Paimon didn't know you were playing too. Are you also members of the tabletop troupe?
Hei.
I'm more of a casual member, if anything. I haven't taken part in many formal club activities. Lynette Fremine and I play something similar at the Hotel Bouffe Tété sometimes, but I'm usually the GM. Still, I'm sure it'll be fun being a player for the first time. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, I'm not a member of the club at all. Claran simply woke me up first thing this morning, said there was a good script worth experiencing, and asked if I wanted in.
If you're interested, I can give you a referral. That should give you a 40% discount on membership fees.
I think I'll wait to see how this experience plays out first, especially when it comes to the quality of the script. If it's sufficiently fun, then I'll join.
Do you participate in a lot of tabletop troupe activities, Clarin?
You could say that. She's actually one of the few senior game masters of the troupe.
Right. I knew about that even when she was still my subordinate.
It's nothing. Really, just a small hobby of mine.
Mitä sitten?
Wow. Paimon's so used to seeing you be all upstanding and intimidating as the champion duelist. It's kind of hard to imagine you role-playing with a bunch of friends.
So if we have a problem with any of the rules, do we have to submit a duel request to you?
Surely you jest. I would
Of
never
course.
intentionally make things difficult for my players. I maintain a clear boundary between my professional and personal lives. The me you see at court represents the law and order of Fontaine. I put all personal feelings to the side and grant a fair duel to all who seek to defend their honor. But in my personal life, I'm just an ordinary person. Someone who feels anger and sadness, just like everyone else.
Well, you say that, but for all the time I've known you, I don't think I've ever seen you cry.
Kainu, kun sä oot ollut töissä.
Sure, but now I'm wondering whether you were actually mad or if it just looked that way from the outside.
I was probably in work mode during those times.
Is that so?
Well, in any case, I just feel like even in your personal life, you don't get emotional very often.
So you want to see me cry? That might be a little difficult. A show of anger, though, that might be something I could accomplish.
No, that's not what I meant.
You make Chlorinde cry, I will break your eyes. Vittu. Or something like that.
Ah, I'm back. Here, allow me to introduce you to the script manager, Mr. Florian.
Pleasure to meet you all.
Hello. Wait, are you a champion duelist too, Mr. Florian?
Oh, no. This is just the costume provided by the club. I occasionally play a few of the roles in my scripts.
That sounds like a lot of work.
It's nothing. It's the least we can do to give the players a more immersive experience. Anyway, allow me to give you a brief introduction of the script. This script was adapted from the real history of the Marashose hunters. You all will play the role of hunters from a bygone era and resolve a series of events unfolding in the capital.
Paimon's not super familiar with the history of the Marashose hunters. Is that a problem?
Oh, no problem at all. I can give you a brief rundown. So, basically, Marashose hunters were people who dedicated themselves to hunting monsters and protecting the city by using a special swordsmanship technique passed down over generations. Their story can be traced back to the ancient Remurian dynasty, as well as the first hunter, Cassiodor.
Cassiodora.
Finer details for you to seek out and discover later.
Mm-hmm. And I'll provide additional commentary as the story progresses.
In that case, brave hunters, are you ready to set out on an unknown adventure?
Yes, sir.
Whoa, just one sentence and it's like we're in the story already.
Aha, I see many a determined gaze before me.
Yes.
Very well. Head over to this location and begin your heroic journey.
So, as we follow the story, it leads us to specific scenes? Ooh, sounds pretty innovative. What does the message in the envelope say?
It's the exact location of the scene.
What's going on with her eyes?
As well as the formal permission to use the venue. Huh, seems like they have everything prepared. Please check all your belongings, everyone, and make sure you haven't forgotten anything. Once you're ready, please follow me to the designated location.
Sounds good. Hunter Squad, move out!
What the fuck?
This blinding sunlight is such a pain.
One with nature.
Watch out!
Sorry, seals. But I need your materials. For Chlorinde.
Quietly now. Take it easy.
The wind's nosy.
Watch out!
One with nature.
Hey there!
Ja mä tarvitse tiputtaa yhtään mitään.
Into the wind.
Watch out! Cha! Ha! Hiya! Coming at ya! Whoa! What a stroke of good luck!
Time to go. Into the wind.
Hey there!
Whoa. They really have thought of everything. Even the phaetometer is here and ready to go for us.
The phaetometer. What's that?
It's a card that's used to determine action success or failure. We'll need to use it when we try to use certain skills.
And what about all the dessert and tea? Is that for us as well?
That's what the message said.
Oh shit.
Really? That's so nice. It feels just like a tea party with friends.
Sinä et ole ystävä. Sä oot op.
I think you might be more of a snack hunter than a Marashose hunter, Paimon.
Ah.
Snack hunter Paimon reported for duty. If there are delicious snacks to be found, Paimon will track down every last one.
And eat every last one.
Desserts are great. But I'm still looking forward to the story more than anything.
We don't care about what you're looking for.
Very fair. Then, let us begin. First, please pick up the blank character cards in front of you and write down your name and profession. You can find an abbreviated version of the rules printed on the back of your character card. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
Herra, waifu
Everyone is
Hunter.
a Marashose hunter. To reflect this, the club has prepared a small badge for everyone.
Small badge.
Nice.
As hunters, you have proficiency in swordsmanship and fighting by default, so there's no need to allocate any additional skill points to those areas.
Swordsmanship? So there's a fighting part to all this? Paimon's not sure she can do all that on her own.
Tämä on vitun pelipaimon.
Just stick with you?
Vittu sä oot tyhmä.
Why don't you share a character card then? The traveler will be the Marashose hunter, and you can be his little floating assistant.
As always.
Kinda like in real life.
Hehe.
So, for the name, do I fill it out with the name of my character?
Yep. It can be any name you like.
You can use your real name too if you want. I do that whenever I get too lazy to think of a new name.
Oh, so it would be like experiencing a different life, but still as yourself. That's not a bad idea.
Very isekai.
In that case, I think I'll continue to use the name Linny then.
Linny,
That
please.
is the skill sheet. You have a limited amount of skill points that you can use to learn a number of skills. The more points you invest in a particular skill, the easier it will be to pass associated checks.
Mä laitan kaikki mun pisteet mun kullin kokoon.
Persuasion and investigation. Those are must-haves when it comes to missions like these.
Oh, those skills sound like they'd be useful for gathering intelligence. Good idea, Navia. Just as expected of a veteran player.
So, should we also take those skills then?
No fucking
Not
idiot.
necessarily. Since we're working together as a team, we could leave the negotiations to Navia and use our skill points to pick up other useful skills. For example, I think I'll take stealth and sleight of hand. That will give us more options if we run into any situations we can't negotiate our way out of.
Oh, interesting. I wasn't thinking about it like that. I suppose it's not so different from an acting troupe. Everyone has their own role to play.
That's why it's called role-playing, bitch.
I'll take arts and performance.
Mitä vittua nuokin
Sure what
tekee?
yours will be, but I'm not
None.
as knowledgeable about the other skills, and I am not too confident I'd be able to roleplay them well.
Well, that leaves us. What do you want to learn, Traveler?
Cooking, medicine, insight. I ain't gonna be a fucking cook or a fucking healer in this bitch. Mä en tiedä mitä insight tarkoittaa, mutta I'm take that.
Oh, something that'll help you get a read on other people's thoughts.
No sitten mä otan healerin vielä.
Ooh, so you want to help people when they're injured. That's nice of you.
Mä haluan vaan antaa Glorindea ja Naviaa ja ehkä Liniin siinä välissä, mut Furina voi kuolla mun puolesta.
So what do you think? Are you sure you want to learn these two skills?
Yep, I'm sure.
Let's see. Oh, looks like you each have enough points to choose one final skill.
Oh shit, mitä?
All pick such classic skills.
fine to go a little bit out of the box, you know.
Why do I get the feeling she's getting ready to cause trouble?
For example, this one here. Summon. Doesn't it sound super mysterious and cool?
Hell yeah.
Oh, I saw that one just now as well. The description says, this skill can be used under certain circumstances to summon characters or creatures that fit the script's world-building rules.
The script's world-building rules, huh? But how are we supposed to know what a Marashose hunter can summon?
Oh, that's not
No
for
varmaan
us to worry
hirviöitä,
about,
you know.
my friend. Just learn the skills that interest you, and the GM will take care of the rest.
Alright, you've convinced Paimon. Let's learn summon then. Paimon can't wait to see what kind of thing shows up.
I summon Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Now that everyone's more or less finished creating their characters, we can begin. Since 2 of our players are doing this for the first time, though, let me ask. Would you like to play on easy mode or authentic mode?
Easy.
What's the difference between the two?
Toinen on vaikea, toinen ei.
In role-playing games, the story sometimes changes based on the decisions of the players and the results of the Fatometer. For example, if you fail a check, that means you cannot use the target skill in that scenario. A critical failure may even result in further negative consequences. If you choose to play in authentic mode, every time you elect to use a skill, you'll need to use the Fatometer to see whether you succeed or fail, and face any consequences that may follow. If you choose easy mode instead, every check will be successful by default, and you won't have to worry
No ei
about
sitten,
luck
that's not
playing a
fun.
character.
The random checks triggered by the Fatometer often serve as indicators for Destiny's curse of the success or failure. Press to draw a card and get a random number between 1 to 20. If the number displayed is greater than the 10 or equal to the check difficulty, will pass this check, otherwise you will fail. Onko ne olevinaan numeroita vai? Players role-playing and the scene in the story can sometimes affect the results of checks. Your current check bonuses will be added to your randomly drawn number, making it easier to pass checks. In easy mode, all checks are considered successful by default.
Given that I'd like to focus on the story, I suppose I should pick easy mode. I'd feel bad if I brought the team down by failing my checks.
Narttu, se on RNG for everybody.
Don't worry about that. RNG is
Oh shit!
blood of role-playing games.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm going with authentic mode for sure.
Yeah, se mitä Navia sanoi,
What you might have to overcome. Doesn't that sound exciting?
Yes, very exciting, Navia. Spill, Slay Queen.
Mentally prepared for what might happen.
You're mentally disabled anyway, shut the fuck up. Let's play in authentic mode.
I'll mark down Farina for easy mode.
Bruh.
Checks will be successful by default.
No ihan sama, jos se vaikuta mihinkään muuhun kuin siihen, niin...
Many will play on authentic mode.
What about you, dear partner? How would you like to play?
I would like to play with you, you know. Haha. I'd like to pick authentic mode.
Are you sure?
Yes, mother. Yes, I'm sure.
Trust me, you'll see the beauty of RNG.
Älä vittu kerro mulle RNGstä yhtään mitään, satana.
Honestly, I don't think Clorand would make things too difficult for us, no matter what the Fatometer says. Isn't that right, Clorand?
Niin, Glorine tykkää minusta.
No promises.
Okay.
That wasn't super reassuring.
Shut up, Paimon, let's have fun, vittu.
Well, anyway, enough talk. Let's get started. I want to experience at least a good chunk of the story today.
Speaking of the story, why is the beginning scene on a beach?
Missä sen sit pitäis olla? We are on a beach.
A long time ago, back when human civilization was still in its infancy, powerful demons and evil sorcerers ruled over the land. They created a host of
Tässä on ihan vitusti potentiaalia, oli yksi parhaimmista storyquesteista.
Soon a group
Mihoyo,
of
if you fuck up.
banded together. With their swords raised, they swore to brave the darkness, and in doing so, subdue each and every monster that sought their destruction. They became known as the Marashose Hunters. Sometime later, As a member of the Marashose Hunters, you receive a commission. Following the address provided on the message, you take a boat and arrive at this strange city. As you inhale, you can taste the slightly salty air of the docks as you begin to survey your surroundings. There aren't many people in the vicinity, but you do take note of a few others who, like you, seem to be sizing up this place.
Why is she looking at me like that?
Your eyes meet, and you realize these people are fellow Marashose hunters, likely led to this location after receiving the same commission as you.
Damn, now yeah, you wanna share a commission with me?
Too, right? Allow me to introduce myself. The name's Navia, monster hunter by trade, and helpful
Monster hunter.
businesswoman on the side.
Hmm.
What say you
A
to
witcher.
traveling together? We can help each other out on the road.
Oh yes, I would love to help you.
Count me in.
Hauska
My
näköinen
name
Lini.
is Linny. I've been wandering since I was little.
This
and
is so
picked up a
dumb.
few less than legal tricks along
Olisi
the
vaihtanut
way.
nimi.
I was adopted by a Marashose
Have some
hunter
fun.
and later chose to follow in his footsteps.
Is this where you introduce your character to everyone?
Vittu joo.
Sounds like they've done this dozens of times.
No koska se on?
My name is Farina, and
A fucking
I
bard.
grew up in a noble family. I always had a strong interest in performance and the arts. Even though I'm a Marashose hunter, what I really want is to be a performing artiste.
Nartu mitä?
That's really cool. You can do it, Farina. That's exactly how it's done.
Paimon is Paimon, a good friend and companion to this Marashose hunter right here.
Sanoit sä ääninäyttelyt.
I've been studying medicine ever since I was a child.
Jee, Sakki sai töitä taas.
Eradicate these monsters.
Palkkapäivä.
And I've learned to heal others.
Oh, welcome, welcome. When we face the monsters, I'll make sure to charge in front to give everyone some cover. You can take care of the healing at the back.
En mä voi olla sieltä takana, because I'll be looking at your ass. Ain't nothing. Yes!
You open your envelopes at the same time. The message reads, "To the honorable and trustworthy Marashose hunters, our kingdom is currently facing a grave crisis. The lands outside the capital have been overtaken by monsters, and our people are being led astray by forces of wickedness. We beseech you, please help us resolve this crisis and return peace and stability to our home."
Huh. The layout of this city looks super familiar. It kinda reminds Paimon of Mondstadt.
Koska se on.
The scriptwriter must have used a real-world city as a reference when coming up with the map.
As experienced hunters, the layout of the city reminds you of places once traveled. You recall the sight of tree-lined streets and the gentle tranquility of days gone by. Yet, as you regard the city in front of you, it appears to be little more than an empty shell. Its hollow gates are open to you, beckoning you to come forth and bring salvation back to the town.
I carefully read every line of the letter and turn my attention to the signatures at the bottom. Who issued this commission to us?
Do we care?
You see a long string of unfamiliar names. It would seem that many of the residents of the city issued this commission together. They sensed that things were not right within the kingdom and sent a distress signal to the outside world.
In that case, why don't we take a walk around the city and see if we can learn anything from the local residents?
Oh, good idea. We might be able to get some leads on the monsters and bad guys we're after.
You look up and see a tavern nearby. It appears to be open for the day.
Why don't we go check out that tavern? If the novels I've read are anything to go by, taverns are usually full of information.
Informazione! Oh shit. Can actually do something. Let's head in then.
As you approach the tavern, you find a plainly dressed woman standing nearby. She appears to be rather troubled about something.
Yes.
Greetings, friend. Lovely weather we're having today, don't you think?
Small talk.
Hello. I suppose you're right. The weather today is quite lovely. If only those monsters out there would stop causing trouble.
It seems like every character included in the script has a certain amount of useful information to offer. If we keep asking questions, we might be able to get some good leads.
Oh, come now, don't be sad. Life is all about optimism. Oh, that reminds me. What did you have for breakfast this morning?
Mitä?
Huh?
I don't think that's the kind of question we're supposed to ask.
Nothing turns a frown upside down like good food.
Navia, hyvänen aika.
I could make you some.
What the fuck?
Take cooking as one of your skill proficiencies.
That's not necessary, miss. Excuse me for saying this, but you don't really look like a chef. Besides, I'm not really a fan of sweets.
So you're someone who barely smiles and doesn't like sweets. You're really starting to remind me of this one friend of mine.
Broidi.
Hey, did she just... me?
Glorian must have broke character for a second.
This isn't getting us anywhere. Traveler, maybe you can think of something.
Can we fucking play it the way this was supposed to be played? I'd like to do an insight check to see what's troubling her. Any help here, Lini?
The results of insight checks aren't disclosed to the players, so I'll be the one consulting the phaetometer. You recall all the lessons you've learned in your time and begin to carefully observe the woman's mannerisms. You notice that when she's quiet, she has an empty look in her eyes, as if her thoughts have drifted to a place far, far away. And when she speaks, she often subconsciously reaches out to touch the ring on her left hand.
Did something happen to your husband?
So you noticed. That's a little embarrassing.
Haha.
A horde of monsters suddenly appeared near the capital recently, so all the guards were dispatched to fight them.
Do you remember when those monsters appeared?
Tuntisit, mitä?
I'm not completely sure. All I know is that my husband was dispatched to fight them 3 days ago.
Do you know where he was sent?
Itärintamalle.
It all happened so fast. When we said our goodbyes, he couldn't even tell me where they were sending him.
Damn.
You have our thanks, friend. We'll find and defeat those monsters as soon as possible. We sincerely hope your husband will be able to return to your side soon.
Oh, thank you.
Don't worry. We'll find him. Just try to remain optimistic and wait for good news. We don't always get to choose what happens to us. But we do get to choose the little things, like what we eat and how we respond to the things life throws our way. I hope that one day, you too will recognize the power of something as small and inconsequential as a delicious dessert.
That's very stoic from you, Navia.
I'll do my best. You bid farewell to the woman and continue your journey further into the city. As you venture further into the city, the streets appear largely empty. An elderly woman walks past. You see her shake her head as she puts away her wrinkled wallet. A nearby merchant folds his arms and gives you a disdainful look. You get the impression that he's someone who has long gotten used to the sight before him.
Although he doesn't seem very friendly, merchants are usually a good source of information, right?
Pardon me, sir. I'd like to ask a question if I may.
I ain't asking no twink ass questions.
How much are you willing to pay?
How about
Hauska.
this much?
What do you take me for? Some lowly beggar? You can't even buy half an onion with that amount.
Surely an onion can't be that expensive, right?
Brody.
What do you know? War is nearly upon us. Everything costs several times what it did before. If you're not gonna buy anything, then scram.
Whoa, what a nasty guy. Maybe we shouldn't even bother talking to him.
Shut up, Paimon.
But he still might have information we need. Traveler, can you think of something?
Persuade him, Navia. Lenny, you're up for it. Put on a performance.
Sir, we came to this city to solve the very problem you seem to be referring to. The war you mentioned, would it happen to be against the monsters outside
Käydä
the
sun
city?
naisellisia avuja, Navia.
If you happen to be well informed and know a thing or two about what's going on, we'd appreciate it if you could share that information with us. After all, the sooner this problem gets resolved, the easier it will be for you to do your business.
Jee. Okei, eli se ei tee tota itsestään.
Well, things are basically as you said, young lady. Those monsters are camped outside the city, and they've been destroying all our trade routes. We have limited reserves within the city, so if this continues, we're all gonna be in big trouble.
Wait, you're saying no one has put a plan in place to distribute supplies or maintain order?
We could all starve and those nobles in the palace wouldn't even break a sweat. Who knows? Maybe they've been in cahoots with the monsters all along.
That is concerning.
All right. That's all the information you need, right? Off with you now. I've still got business to do.
You know, if you smiled a little more, you'd definitely get more business. And I bet that would make your life just a little bit sweeter. I'm not saying it's guaranteed to work. It's just a tip.
Navia, please. This is just a game.
Should we try to go somewhere with more people?
Oh, how about the city square? Follow me.
Oh shit, tää vittu on ihan horror characters.
Before you lies the city's central square. You see a man with a slightly anxious look on his face, pacing back and forth, his head hanging low. He doesn't seem to notice your approach. Still immersed in his own thoughts, he shakes his head and lets out a long sigh.
This guy seems promising enough. Maybe I can get some information out of him. Hello, sir. Is there anything I can do to help you?
No.
Wait, you're...
I'm...
Oh, dear goodness! You're a Marashose hunter!
You recognize us? Ah, are you one of the people who wrote the commission letter?
Yes! Oh, I didn't expect you to actually come. Oh, what great news! The city is saved!
What happened here?
Alas, we once lived comfortable, carefree lives. This city used to be free of monsters. The first Marashose hunter, Casiodor, the Golden Hunter, he was the one who drove them back. However, monsters have once again surrounded the city. Perhaps the seal that kept them at bay has lost its power. Or perhaps an evil sorcerer has been meddling in our affairs. All I know for sure is that their return has stripped the city of any chance at peace.
Are there not enough soldiers to drive them out?
It's not a question of numbers. The guards simply have no idea how to deal with them. Most people my age have never even seen one of the monsters, much less been trained to fight against them. What's worse, many of us don't even know the history of the Marashose hunters anymore. When I was a child, though, my grandfather would tell me stories about how the Marashose hunters drove back the monsters. So, on the off chance that something might come of it, I decided to reach out to you. To be perfectly honest, I was starting to think all those stories were just tall tales. But now that I've seen you in person, I finally know that it was true.
Well, you can rest easy, friend. The righteous and formidable Marashose hunters are on the case.
The man is touched by your determination and resolve. His eyes begin to well with tears of relief.
Still, if we are going to hunt the monsters, we need to know where to find them. Can you give us any leads?
All I know is that the area outside the city is dangerous. I'm afraid I can't point you toward a specific location. Oh, although, if you leave the capital through the main gate and follow the road, you should run into a group of guards. They might know more about where to find monsters.
I see. We'll go look for them then.
All right, be careful. Oh, and one last thing. The monsters outside the city are just part of the problem. There are evil sorcerers inside the city as well, so be on your guard.
Oh
They're
shit.
actively working with the monsters, and have corrupted the court ministers with malicious magic. They're the reason why, even inside the city, everything has been a giant mess. Even one of our kindest ministers has turned into a boorish and unreasonable figure, interested in nothing but enacting laws that exploit the people. Who knows how much longer we'll be able to go on like this.
Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place.
I feel bad for him. Maybe we should try to cheer him up?
No, I could cook something for Nakut, seems. Wasting so much fucking time on fucking dumb bullshit. I ain't doing anything. Go along ahead.
Now? Is this really the right time?
I appreciate your kindness, but for now, it's more important to focus on the crisis at hand.
Hyvä.
Brave hunters, I leave the future of this kingdom to you.
No vaihdat liikkuet 3
If I understood
FPS.
correctly, there are currently 2 problems in the kingdom that need solving, right?
Exactly. We need to defeat the monsters outside the city and take down the evil sorcerer stirring up trouble from within.
But which problem should we tackle first?
Monsters.
Well, this seems like a good moment for a break. Take some time and discuss what you want to do. Let me know when you've made your decision.
I really didn't expect the people in the city to keep us at arm's length like that. I totally thought the hunters would be treated like heroes.
Well, Clarence said the script took cues from the real history of Fontaine, right? Maybe the real-life Marushosei hunters were also treated like that.
I wouldn't say it's a perfect representation of history, but there are definitely some similarities. Would you like to hear more about it?
Sure. As long as it doesn't spoil anything in the script. You've brought up bits and pieces of the hunter's history before, but it was all in passing.
Paima wants to know too. The hunters were super powerful, right? Were they all from a special line of supernatural beings or something? Kinda like the yokai in Inazuma?
No. All Marushosei hunters were ordinary mortal fighters. The only thing that set them apart were the special sword techniques passed down over the centuries.
Huh? So you mean anyone could become a Marushosei hunter?
In theory, yes. All you would need to do is survive the rigorous training and master the swordsmanship techniques required to fight the monsters. Still, most people dropped out at the early stages, and others called it quits the minute they saw a monster in person. To become a hunter, you must be strong in both body and mind.
What kind of monsters did the hunters fight exactly? Oh, and the evil sorcerer the script mentions. Did they exist in real life too?
The land of Fontaine once played host to an ancient dynasty known as Remuria. After that dynasty fell, monsters began to appear, intent on obstructing humans from establishing a new social order. One of the ancient sorcerers of Remuria used his power to assemble a formidable army of golems. He sought to use that force to establish himself as king.
Now wait a second. Don't tell me that guy was the inspiration for the evil sorcerer in the script. We still haven't found any in-game information on him yet. So, why don't you talk about someone else for now?
Well, I wasn't planning on going into anything you might be able to find out in the game. But if you want me to talk about something else, then... How about Casiodor, the Golden Hunter? Or Egeria, the ex-Hydro Archon?
Wait, but those people are all from a super
Oot sä ikinä kuullut vittukirjoista?
Huh. By master, you mean Miss Petronia?
Is someone you know?
Absolutely. Miss Petronia and my father were good friends.
Mhm.
Back in the day, she would often bring Clorand over to play, but then...
Let's not get off topic. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Responding to Egeria's call, a number of warriors followed Cassiodor into battle against the monsters. This group of warriors, under Cassiodor's leadership, became known as the Marachose Hunters. Yet, as Fontaine entered an era of peace, their work gradually became obsolete. The Marachose Phantom, originally an association made up of hunters, eventually came to be predominantly comprised of Melusines.
Ah, I see. That explains why most of the people in the script have forgotten the hunters or think of them as nothing more than a legend.
Is that really a bad thing, though? It can get tough always being the one shouldering everyone's expectations.
Depends on who you ask, I suppose. If the name of the organization no longer commands respect, investigative work is bound to suffer.
Speaking of investigations, which problem should we tackle first? Monsters or evil sorcerer?
Monsters.
I vote monsters. That's the main duty of the hunters, right? We can come back to the sorcerer later.
Samaa mieltä.
Well said, Miss Farina. Plus, if the sorcerers really are the masterminds behind this whole thing, defeating the monsters could give us some clues on their intentions as well.
What about you, partner? What do you think?
I also want monster sorcerer problems is pretty important.
It's decided then.
Kuka vittu sä oot?
After some discussion, you decide to turn around and head out of the city.
Finally. JYP.
Let's take a look around, like that guy said.
I hope we don't actually have to take a look.
You there, outsiders, halt!
Who's there?
An armored man approaches you.
Not armored.
He has a tall,
Mieluummin
muscular
karhu kuin
build
armored man.
and a determined expression in his eyes. Just one look, and you can tell he's fought in his fair share of battles.
Niin, koska sillä on vituisa
Although
arpi
he's
sen
trying his
nenässä.
best to conceal his current state, his uneven gait and the sweat dripping down his forehead make it obvious that he's been wounded and is in serious pain.
Easy.
The captain of the guard, I saw you sneaking around the city earlier, so I'll only ask this once. State your purpose, or it's off to the dungeons for the lot of you.
Wow, it's been a while since someone's been this suspicious of us.
Hehe, melkein kuin ämpär.
Talk, not whisper between yourselves.
Have you ever heard of the Marchese Hunters?
Marachose hunters? Ha! That fairy tale, you mean? What, you expect me to believe you're one of them?
I'd like to do a medicine check to see if I can help him. We're counting on you now. I'd like to do a medicine check to tell what he's thinking. Maybe I can help. Ooh! 19.
Using your knowledge of medicine, you're able to deduce that the injury on his calf was a monster's doing, and the wound has already begun to fester.
Yikes, amputoidaan.
As you check him over, he looks at you with suspicion and retracts his injured leg further back.
Miksi?
I'm a doctor by trade. Please, let me redress your wound. You don't have to suffer like this.
Mä haluan, vittu mä olin hauskan näköinen.
At having been exposed, but soon relents and raises his leg for you to take a better look. He allows you to apply a poultice of specialized medicine to the wound, and it appears to bring him much relief. The tension in his brow eases. All right. Guess you lot might actually be real Marachose hunters after all. In any case, you've successfully treated my wound. So, what do you want to know?
Do you know where we can find the monsters, or the other guards who are fighting them?
He informs you of the various locations where monsters have appeared. He looks in that general direction
Laitan ne
with a
karttaan.
pained gaze, as if a thin, invisible thread is pulling on his wound. Some of our new recruits have never even dealt with a petty thief, and now they're out there fighting monsters. If it weren't for this cursed leg.
Oh, please, sir. Don't get too worked up. You need to focus on your recovery. Just leave the monsters to us. We're Marechaussee hunters, after all.
Hearing you say that, a glimmer of hope flashes in his eyes. But it disappears almost as quickly as it came. Those monsters aren't easy to deal with. But if you insist on going, I won't stop you either. I just hope all the guards will be able to come back to their families alive. I wish you the best of luck.
Based on what the captain said, the monster should be right up ahead. Let's go. Hopefully we're not too late.
As you approach the battlefield, you see numerous people lying by the side of the road. They appear to be dressed like guards. Their faces are filled with desperation and terror. Some are screaming and cursing in vain, as if still trying to banish the monstrosities they saw from their minds. A few of the wounded look up at you in shock and disbelief. Quick, leave this place. Turn around and don't look back, they yell.
This is the place he mentioned, right?
You see broken iron swords scattered all around you,
Don't
and
iron
downed
swords.
trees riddled with terrifying claw marks. All the signs point to one thing. A truly devastating battle just took place here.
Be on your guard, everyone. The monsters might still be around.
Before you can finish your sentence, you hear rustling sounds from the surrounding bushes. The monsters have emerged.
Not the wolves.
They close in on you without fear. You get the impression that, in their bloodthirsty eyes, you're just another meal for them to devour.
A little help here. This thing wants to eat my mind.
Your battle round begins now.
Combat check. Fucking hell, mate. Mitä ihmettä? What the fuck am I supposed to do?
A proper send-off from the Spino. Hey there!
A round of applause.
The next battle round begins now.
A fucking knight. A fucking traveler. That was easy.
Monsters let out a terrifying roar of anger and resentment before dissipating into thin.
Miksi paimon on noin kaukana?
Oh, thank goodness it's over.
We're lucky the Marechaussee Hunter class came with all those preset skill points. Otherwise, we would have been in some real trouble.
I never knew the phytometer even determines the amount of damage you inflict. If you get unlucky, isn't it just game over right then and there? Huh? That's part of the fun. The uncertainty of fate is what gives these games their appeal.
Just as you begin to celebrate your victory, a suspicious lump on the ground catches your attention.
A suspicious lump. Wait, could it be the thing that appears after every battle?
I walk up to it, crouch down, and begin to carefully examine it. I've still got my right glove on, so it should be fine for me to touch it, right?
As you investigate the mound, You
What do
discovered
you
that the
mean?
exposed portion appears to be made of wood. It was previously obscured by the large form of the monsters. With the monsters gone, the small protrusion now awaits your discovery, poking out of the ground like a shy flower bud.
Ooh, it's a treasure chest!
Let's dig it up.
With everyone's help, you successfully excavate the wooden chest from the ground. Even without opening it, you can tell from the mora and jewels scattered around the chest that it must contain quite the fortune.
Makes sense. We worked hard for this. Let's open it and we can share what's inside.
I can understand your excitement, Paimon, but think about it. Doesn't it seem like there are people out there who need this treasure more than us?
Yeah. Think about all the people suffering in the capital. Or all those guards who got hurt fighting the monsters. Wouldn't it be better if we gave the treasure to them?
Yes.
Wait, is that how it works? Paimon thought since we were the ones to dig it up, we could just take it for ourselves.
Paimon, olette retardi.
Let's put it this way. Any decision you make during a role-playing game can impact the future course of the story.
But would the people really believe us? It's hard enough for us to prove we're Marchese hunters. What if they think we procured the treasure illegally?
Who cares?
Get even more suspicious of us.
People who are starving don't care where the money comes from, bitch.
That's definitely something we should consider. Maybe we can come up with an explanation in advance.
Well, if donating it could cause that much trouble, why don't we use it to buy some gear and fill up on good food? Then we'll be ready to fight even more bad guys.
Looks like you're facing a difficult choice once again.
No, we're not.
Well, it's getting late. Why don't we call it a day for now?
Ihmiset vaan ajattelee taas liikaa.
Wow, where did the time go?
I'm not sure if it's because I'm having so much fun with you all or because the story is particularly enticing, but I feel like I could almost keep going.
Here. Ooh, how about we play through the night?
Me and Naoya play through the night.
I'm not sure I'll have enough energy for that.
Ota vaan vähän kahvia, niin pysyt hereillä.
Yeah, that won't work for me either. Lynette will give me an earful if I get home too late.
Äijä on oman siskon tosunalla. Ymmärrän kyllä.
For the next part of the story anyway.
No.
Huh? Another location?
Mm-hmm. There's a special note for the GM at the end of this section that says to proceed to an indoor set for the next part of the script.
Whoa, they really pulled out all the stops for this new script.
Well, even if we end the game for the day, we can still stay a little longer and hear Cloran finish her story, right? Paimon wants to hear more about the history of the hunters.
Something tells me you just want to finish the free desserts before we break for the day.
That's just a coincidence, okay? Besides, to Paimon, not finishing free food feels even worse than having to buy her own.
Kuka sieltä keittoa?
He does want to hear more about Cloran's master.
Well,
If the story doesn't have a happy ending, it's okay not to finish it.
It's nothing. I appreciate the concern, but it's all in the past. It won't do any harm to share these things now. My earliest memories are of living with Master. According to her, she saved me from certain people of ill repute. My birth parents had left me behind some time before that.
What the fuck?
What a heavy beginning for a life story.
Master was a fascinating individual, if inexperienced in the ways of raising children. My first ever toy was a short sword. Although I suppose it wasn't so much a toy as something Master removed from her waist and handed to a noisy child in need of distraction.
Oh, wait, so she handed an actual sword to a child? Isn't that dangerous? Did you hurt yourself?
Who cares? She's fine now.
Of course I did.
I mean, she's
I
fine.
cut my finger quite a lot. But Master was not concerned. She just stood there and casually lectured me about it. See, that's what you get for not holding the sword properly, she told me. She then crouched down next to me and said, "Give me your hand. I'll teach you to bandage this wound. After that,
Can I
it's
get your
time
hand
to learn
too?
how to truly hold a blade."
Excuse me for asking this, Clorand, but how old were you exactly when all this happened?
Probably around 3, give or take.
3? Isn't that when most kids are still struggling to hold a fork?
Really?
Master was rather inexperienced in the ways of raising children. She believed trial and error was the best way to teach a child what they're capable
Sitä
of.
paitsi miekan pitäminen on 10 kertaa helpompaa kuin haaruha.
I didn't see anything wrong with her ways at the time. And anyway, children don't get to choose how they're raised. Oh, she did bring me back a pet from Liyue once. It was a Geovishap hatchling.
Mitä vittua?
Geovishap hatchling? For a pet? That seems even more dangerous.
What she said was this: make sure to get along, you two. If you really can't agree on something, just settle it with a fight. Whoever loses is the real pet.
Hey, yo.
And how old were you when this happened?
Probably 4. 6.
5.
Well, did you win?
Of course.
No, I lost.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
So you're saying you actually became the Geovishap's pet?
Yes, but only for a week. By the end of that week, I defeated it in combat, and we've shared a cordial relationship ever since.
That really doesn't sound like the kind of childhood someone should have.
Later on,
Does it matter?
I gradually understood that Master most likely didn't know any other way to raise a child. She was a Marashosei hunter, but I never heard her bring up her own parents. Thanks to her, I learned how to navigate the forest by the age of 6, and could hunt monsters in the wild by myself the year after that.
Holy
The
shit!
training she subjected me to was strict. She always made sure to take me traveling when she had the time.
Chlorine on
I
bad
met
bitch.
many of her friends during those days.
Actually.
That was also how I met Mr. Callis and his family.
I still remember the first time we met. You were too scared to join our picnic and hid behind Ms. Petronia the whole time.
I still hadn't really met many children my age at that time, so I didn't know how to interact with others.
After that, though, you started coming over a lot. You loved challenging people to shooting competitions, remember? I don't think many members of the Spina ever beat you in one of those.
I had a lot of fun during those days.
I enjoyed them too. Oh, do you remember that one time we went exploring around the Spina together? We overheard Papa call your master Fontaine's Protector of Justice. We tried to pretend like we never heard anything, but you nearly let it slip that one time.
Protector of Justice? Oh, wait, you mean that vigilante hero from 20 years ago? The one who is always active at night?
Yep, that would be her. She often would put on a black cloak and go out at night. I never knew where she went or what she was doing. Until, like Navia said, we overheard the truth from Mr. Callis that night.
20 years ago, huh? I still remember the guards leaving all kinds of witness reports about her on Nervalet's desk.
Eli Chlorinde on niinku joku 25.
Oh, there's no need to apologize. You had nothing to do with it. And anyway, everything she did was for a good cause. Although, calling herself the Protector of Order was a bit much. Especially when she deliberately operated outside the law.
Huh? When did the Protector of Justice become the Protector of Order?
Oh, she had a bunch of code names. I heard she would just come up with a name on the spot whenever she was asked. Later on, she probably got sick of answering those questions and decided to stick to just 2. The Protector of Justice and the Protector of Order.
That sounds like her, all right. I bet she forgot which of the 2 she'd use by the time she got back each night.
Well, she certainly sounds like a fascinating individual. With her strong sense of justice, it's no surprise her student followed in her footsteps.
It's true. I always wanted to become like her. Someone powerful, independent, and with a strong sense of conviction. But...
She died.
She suddenly disappeared the night I turned 10 years old.
Oh.
Disappeared? What happened?
I have no idea. She didn't even leave a note. I was never able to find out where she went. That night, I was celebrating my birthday at Navia's house. But Master never came to pick me up. When I returned home on my own, it was to an empty house. When she still didn't appear after a few days, I went to Mr. Callus's house to ask about her whereabouts. But he only shook his head.
Papa probably didn't know either. I know he sent a few people to investigate the matter in secret, but they never found any credible leads.
Don't worry, I understand. To be perfectly honest, given Master's personality and way of doing things, it all made a lot of sense. If I had to guess, I'd say she probably used it as an opportunity to force me to become independent. Just like how, when a litter of kittens reaches a certain age, the mother willingly leaves them behind.
Were you upset, Clorinde?
I was at first, but not anymore. I don't believe Master would suddenly disappear for no reason. There must have been something she just had to do.
Well, despite everything, you still managed to follow in her footsteps and become the greatest champion duelist in all of Fontaine. You're practically a living symbol of law and justice.
I suspect my position would be far too by the books for her. Master always did whatever she pleased. But you're right. I suppose I do take after her in some ways.
Who knew Clorinde had such an interesting past? I never had the chance to ask her about it before. I wonder if Clorinde's master were the champion duelist back then. Would that duel against Mr. Callus have gone differently? Oh no. Judging by the atmosphere, Clorinde and Navia are probably thinking something similar. The mood just got super awkward all of a sudden.
Well, anyway. Would you look at the time? It's getting dark, so we should probably call it a day for real this time. If we keep talking like this, we really will be here all night.
I had a great time today, Miss Clorinde. Thank you for being our GM.
Anytime.
The script was good, but I've got to say, your childhood stories were even better. Hey, you should tell us more about that fight against the Geo-Bishop sometime. Maybe your master was onto something.
You could be right.
What does she mean, onto something? I certainly don't know any 5-year-olds who want to fight a bishop in their spare time. Guess I'll head back as well. I need to save my energy if I want to continue enjoying the story tomorrow.
You're that excited to hear about my fight with the bishop?
I was talking about the script.
Script.
Just between the two of us,
Yeah.
could you tell me what it was like to be the Geo-Bishop's pet?
It was nothing
Can I be
special,
Clorinde's pet?
Geo-Bishops don't understand the concept of a pet. So basically, it just headbutted me whenever I entered its territory.
And that hurt?
Yeah, it hurt. What, something you want to experience for yourself?
Yes, please.
Oh, I'm good. Thanks.
Damn. No voi vitsi.
Just between the two of us, could you tell me what it was like to be the Geo-Bishop's pet?
It was nothing special, really. Geo-Bishops don't understand.
Damn, you can see the cheeks.
Yeah, it hurt.
Oh.
Till the very next day. Ba, 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 da. Oi vittu, kun välissä alkaa painaa. Menin ohi.
Just it was nothing and yeah, it hurt.
Oh.
Miten ne jäi tuohon kuitenkin? Huomaa, että väsymys painaa, kun menee vittu edes lukee.
Let's go meet up with the group.
I
Paimon's
do.
really looking forward to today's story.
What is you saying, Navia? Se on se jokin vitun luolaa vai vittu? Okei, joo.
Looks like everyone's here. Now, before we begin, why don't we finish where we left off yesterday? There was an important decision to be made, yes? I'll pour everyone a cup of tea.
Is that really the most important part, though, Clarion? Paimon's more concerned about our current surroundings.
We'll be fine.
Walls, cold railings, dim lights. This is obviously supposed to be a prison.
I admire the work put into the set. Still, it's obvious the scriptwriter has never paid a visit to the fortress of Meripede.
So this set is going to be a part of the script?
Unfortunately, that is something I can neither confirm nor deny.
Anyone think Clarion's smile is starting to look kinda scary?
No.
Well, whatever happens, we'll just have to push on. But first, we should really figure out what to do with this treasure. If we're worried about arousing suspicion because of our identity, why don't we give ourselves a different name, just like Cloran's master did?
Yeah, it might be better to keep a low profile. As long as we're helping people, it doesn't matter who we are or what we're called.
Staring at me won't get you anywhere. Or did you want some more tea?
Paimon's good. Thanks. Why aren't you saying anything, Navia? Wait, what's that next to you?
Oh, this is the short sword Cloran mentioned last night. I found it.
Huh.
That's a knife.
I'm surprised you managed to track it down after all this time.
Well, I made sure to take good care of it, considering the circumstances in which you gave it to me. Of course I had to keep it safe. Anyway, where were we? Oh, right. I was just thinking about all the potential ways for us to break out of prison. We could dig a tunnel, or try to bribe the guards.
Wait, we haven't been thrown into prison yet, have we?
Well, it's only a matter of time. It pays to be prepared.
What do you mean?
Just like how you should always have an umbrella on hand, even when it's sunny.
Alright, Paimon's made up her mind. Let's just give the treasure away. Paimon may have wanted to keep it, but if it's going to land us in prison somehow, Paimon will be too upset to enjoy her snacks.
Turns out Paimon cares more about snacks than treasure. Paimon's developing as a character.
So, you reached an agreement? All right then, we can continue with the story.
Oh, and we'll collect all the scattered pieces of treasure on the ground as well.
All right. You collect the treasure and make your way back to the capital with your bag of loot in hand. The city is still shrouded in a gloomy, oppressive atmosphere. But your spirits are surprisingly high. In places where sunlight struggles to reach, you generously share your wealth with the children, the elderly, and the poor in urgent need of help.
Thank you, kind soul.
Hunchback.
The elderly woman's look of gratitude follows you as you walk away, her eyes never leaving your back until you move entirely out of sight. However, there's still quite a bit of Mora remaining. It appears you haven't made much progress.
She's probably trying to tell us to speed this up. We need to hurry up so we can address the sorcerer problem.
Should we go find that man again at the square? He seemed like a pretty responsible guy. I'm sure he knows the people here far better than us.
Oh, good idea!
Just as you start to make way to the square, intent on finding the man again, there's a voice. Please wait, distinguished guests. Several strange guards suddenly call out to you. They run forward to meet you and proceed to politely pay their respects.
Greetings,
Kuitenkin
gentlemen.
se ei ole niiden
Are we
kapteeni.
being invited for afternoon tea?
Surely you jest, my lady. That would not be our place. It is His Excellency the King who requests to meet with you. Please come with us.
No johan on.
Do you think this could be a trap?
Why would it be?
Well, we have to investigate the court at some point, right? Meeting the king himself would be a fantastic opportunity to do that.
He might be a sorcerer.
If something happens, we'll just turn the whole place upside down.
That sounds a little intense.
After a quick discussion, you nod to the guards and agree to follow. They lead you all the way to the audience hall of the palace. Gilded tables line both sides of the hall. The space itself is adorned with all manner of expensive antiques, glass shelves, and silver candlesticks. The items appear quite ordinary in size and dimension, yet their presence somehow makes the emptiness of the hall feel even more surreal and ominous.
Wow, it's so luxurious!
Sama
The
kuin kaikki
elderly
muut kärsii.
king, clad in a magnificent robe, sits upon the deep crimson throne before you. He wears above his head a majestic crown, with a gemstone the size of a bird's egg set right at the very front. As you observe it, you see a complex pattern of light reflect off its surface. They're here, Your Majesty. A man dressed in dark clothes, likely a minister, shields his mouth with his hands and bends down to whisper a few words to the king. After a moment, he lowers his hands and stands back up. His gaze shifts to fixate on your group, but he does not move from his place at the king's side.
The king does not appear entirely aware of his surroundings. The man by his side, though. We should keep a close eye on him.
The king remains still and says nothing. The minister is the one who speaks.
A puppet.
Esteemed guests, allow me to thank you for coming to our faraway kingdom. Unfortunately, His Majesty the King finds himself quite exhausted from work. So please allow me, his Prime Minister, to welcome you in his stead. I've heard tell that your group, the Marechaussee Hunters, used your exceptional ability with the sword to repel the monsters near the capital. Such a great deed deserves to be rewarded. However, seeing that I was not fortunate enough to observe such a feat with my own eyes, you'll forgive me for seeking to verify the truth by speaking to you myself.
Well, we've got nothing to hide. You brought us here to talk, right? So we'll just explain what happened. The golem's blades were so powerful, they could cut down trees in a single swipe. It took a lot of effort to defeat them, even for trained swordsmen like us. Well, that was enough details, right? Believe us now?
Your account does indeed match those of the survivors. Since you were the ones who defeated the monsters, that must mean you are also in possession of the treasure they stole?
Stole? They stole it?
Well, we did take the treasure, but...
How did he know about the treasure?
Then I must ask that you return it at once. It belongs to the kingdom.
Wait, but didn't you just say that our great deed deserved a reward? Shouldn't the treasure be considered a part of that?
Yes, that was indeed what I said. But you seem to have forgotten a very important distinction. Only that which is freely given by the king can be considered a reward. Taking the rightful wealth of a kingdom without said permission, on the other hand, is a crime.
But that's completely unreasonable.
Yeah, that makes no sense! If it weren't for us, the treasure would still be buried underground somewhere!
Maybe so, yet the fact remains. You tried to dispose of the treasure without reporting it to the court and without receiving permission, yes? What, no answer? Surely you're not insinuating that you, a group of legendary Marachose hunters, sought to take the treasure for yourselves?
Well, what about the king? Is he just gonna let this guy talk for him the whole time?
Clad in his magnificent robe, the king remains seated, with his hands resting on either side of the throne. His posture is rigid and unmoving. He stares forward with an empty look in his eyes, completely unmoved by the events before him.
From the look of things, could the Prime Minister be the evil sorcerer?
Yes.
Or could both the King and the Prime Minister have fallen under the evil sorcerer's control?
I would like to observe the number of guards stationed in the hall.
The guards in the palace appear fully armed, their expressions solemn. Sensing the tense atmosphere in the room, they stand at the ready, each with a hand placed upon the hilt of their sword, as if prepared to draw their weapons and surround you at a moment's notice.
Well, there goes my plan to turn the whole place upside down, I guess.
It appears we've been visited by nothing more than a group of ill-intentioned imposters. What a pity. Guards, take them away and throw them in the dungeons. Before I decide your fate, however, I must first determine whether you have any accomplices outside the court.
Can't we try to slip away? Or maybe start some kind of riot?
It's not a riot.
But if we try to fight the guards right now... Don't worry. At least we figured out who's behind all this. Let's just play it by ear. If you're scared, Paimon, just hold my hand.
That's super. You can have my hand too. Hey, yo, Navia, let's get married right now.
Thanks, you guys.
You allow yourself to be led away by guards surrounding you on both sides. It's only when you begin to feel drops of water falling from the dungeon ceiling and smell the stench of death and decay all around you that you finally realize you've stepped into a completely different world. Stay here and don't try anything funny. The guards lock the cell door and leave without looking back.
Wait, sir!
Your voice echoes through the dark hall, but the only response you receive is the sound of water dripping from the ceiling.
No! What should we do now?
Prison break.
A new path of fate with our own two hands, of course. I draw my weapon.
You reach toward your waist, but find nothing there. You now recall that your weapons were confiscated before the guards locked you in the cell. The bag of treasure along with them.
What about that knife I hid in my boot?
When did you hide it in there?
When I was thinking about digging a tunnel.
Rejected. You failed to inform the GM of this course of action. Moreover, the guards would have conducted a thorough search before throwing you in prison.
And the keys to the cell aren't anywhere to be seen?
Correct. You don't even feel a lock hole on the cell door.
What the?
Well, there goes all our plans.
Indeed.
Huh? Why are you the one saying indeed?
Because that statement holds true for me as well. This is where the script ends.
Oh.
What? But that's a terrible ending!
Jäi ikuisesti vankilaan.
Generally speaking, this should be the point where the scriptwriter gives the players some kind of hint, or gives the GM some kind of code for how to move forward.
I mean, maybe they just really wanted us to be immersed in the feeling of being in prison? Like, they'll only show us the way out once we've grown truly and utterly desperate?
That is a possibility.
If only there were desserts and tea in real prison. Oh, wait, guess that's kind of how the Fortress of Meripede works if you're lucky.
Oh, before I forget, Navia, the short sword you had with you earlier. I took a closer look,
and the craftsmanship doesn't appear to resemble anything from this era. If I remember correctly, that style was last in vogue several hundred years ago.
Wait, Cloran said that sword used to belong to her master, right? Does that mean her master has been alive that long?
I doubt it.
Koska sitähän ei voi
The way she
periä.
did things often made her seem childish more than anything. I'd say the sword was most likely an heirloom passed down over time.
Hang on. A precious heirloom passed down to you by your master. And you gave it to me just like that? You weren't worried I might lose it?
Master left many things to me when she disappeared. There was the sword, an old key, and a good amount of junk she probably just didn't want to take with her. I gave you the sword back then, because I didn't want our friendship to end.
Wait, when did this happen exactly?
After the duel. Between Mr. Callis and myself.
Oh.
Before that, Clorand would have meals with us and even stay over at the Spina some days. She was on great terms with Papa as well. After the duel, though, there was a period of time where we simply didn't know how to face each other. She entrusted this sword to me, and never came back.
Never came back, what?
We were both sad, and conflicted, and totally overthinking everything as a result. Whenever I looked at this sword, I couldn't help but wonder if Miss Petronia had never introduced us to each other at that picnic. Maybe part of the sadness I was feeling could have been avoided. Back then, it felt like I hadn't just lost a father, but a close friend as well.
No one can change the past. The most important thing is that you two found your way back to each other and can enjoy things like this together.
Yep, you're right.
I'm sorry, you two. I didn't mean to bring up any sad memories.
Think nothing of it. No one here is at fault.
Plop.
Huh? Oh. Looks like the next part of our script is here.
Perfect timing. The situation was really starting to get desperate. And not just because of the prison thing.
From Claren's face, I really can't tell if it's good news or bad news.
Bad news.
Matter who we are or what we're called. Staring at me won't get you anywhere. Or did you want some more tea?
Tätä on näköjään vielä tuntia jäljellä. Ehkä mä jaksan. Mä en jaksa ottaa mitään uutta striimiä myöhemminkään, ei yhden tunnin takia. It speaks to her professionalness and synergy and maintaining a poker face takes true skill.
Water continues to drip from the ceiling. In this lightless dungeon, you lack a reliable way to tell how much time has passed. Eventually, you get used to the unpleasant odor of straw, mold, and rust, and find yourselves alternating between fits of drowsiness and despair. Suddenly, you hear footsteps outside the door.
Heads up, everyone. Someone's coming.
Gather close, everyone, and keep your voice down.
Maskimies. Mitä?
Who are you?
I work as a guard in these dungeons, but my true identity is the same as your own. I'm also a Marashose hunter. Shh. I've already sent away the other guards, but if we make too much noise...
They'll come
I
back and
understand,
finish
but
the job.
How can we be sure we can trust you?
The king has issued a formal decree, and when I spite of the irrefutable proof of your crime, you're to be executed before tomorrow's sunrise.
What the
If you
fuck?
want to escape, it has to be now.
Executed? We barely did anything!
Varastimme kuninkaalta.
Monsters appearing at the same location as the treasure. Could this entire thing have been a trap?
There will be time for speculation once we're out of here. As for my identity, I have no way to prove that to you just yet. Infiltrating the capital was difficult, and finding a chance to speak with you has taken a lot out of me. I could go on, but I think we can all agree that now is not the time for details.
Well, it doesn't look like we have many other choice.
Have you seen our weapons anywhere, sir?
Don't worry, I brought them with me. They're just behind the door. Still, these weapons alone won't be enough to defeat the true enemy behind the scenes. His faction is too powerful. The guards are all under his control, and he's even stationed a number of golems in various rooms throughout the palace. To defeat him, you must find a secret vault. It is said that within that vault, the Marashose hunters of the past left behind a treasure with the power to defeat the sorcerer.
You're not coming with us?
No, I'll remain in the dungeons to deal with the guards. I'll try my best to distract them so they don't go after you. As long as my identity is not revealed, I'll be able to aid you when the final battle comes.
In that case, please stay safe.
Thank you for your concern. I will do my utmost. As for the location of the vault, here, this map should lead you there.
Got it.
All right, once I open the door, remember to stick close and refrain from making any noise. I'll lead you out of here as quickly as possible. You now have the chance to restore the honor and legacy of the Marashose hunters. So please, get out there and reclaim what's ours. And be sure to exercise caution.
With the help of the guard, you successfully escape the dungeons. Your sense of despair and anxiety both seem to fade as you continue your quest.
Wait, we didn't get to use our skills at all while we were in prison. Who knows when we're gonna get the chance to use that cool summon spell?
That is a pity, but we can only continue to move forward.
Meitä oliks toi se, missä se lintu kävi sen kimppuun? Hauskasti.
The wind knows me.
Hey there! Watch out! Ah!
Busted! One with nature.
Hey there! Ah!
Quick, let's pack it up.
This should be the place marked on the map.
This bit of rock certainly looks suspicious.
Yes, verisuus.
Well, I'd say an investigation's in order then. Plus, if all else fails, we can just blow it up.
Blow it up. Kaboom.
Wow, you really meant that.
Before you lies a serene stretch of open water, its surface shimmering a brilliant shade of sapphire blue.
Well, guess this means it's time for a swim.
Time for a swim.
Oh, what's the matter?
It's nothing. As you step into the cave, you find yourself in an eerily quiet space. Before you lies a narrow passageway that appears to trail off endlessly into the distance.
Wow, this must be where the treasure is hidden.
But this door is blocking our way in. Huh. It almost looks like it's been here for quite some time. I've got to hand it to the tabletop troupe. They really went all out with the props.
Huh. What have we got down here? A kind of mechanism connected to the door? Ah, it looks like we might have to arrange it into a certain pattern.
A pattern on a stone door. That's something Master mentioned before.
Is something wrong, Clarant?
After a long, difficult journey, you finally arrive at the location indicated by your map. It appears to be an ancient site of some sort, where treasure likely awaits. Your surroundings are exceedingly quiet and serene, as if the secret that slumbers here has never once been disturbed. If you listen closely, you can almost convince yourself you can hear the sound of its calm, gentle breathing.
That description makes Paimon feel kind of bad for disturbing this place.
We're doing this for the sake of the people, to free them from the evil sorcerer. I say it's time for this treasure to once again see the light of day.
Linny's right. We need to keep going. The future of the kingdom depends on it. The next part of the story requires us to solve the puzzle, right? Let's start exploring the area.
Yes, that should be fine. Something feels off about all this. Guess I'll just have to improvise.
Never back down, never what? I can't speak to you, the fuck? Now this is some P character design.
I found something!
Found something here, too.
Same here.
Oh no. Linjaan. Damn. The game said no. Enough coolery.
Something just appeared. Some kind of new mechanism, maybe?
By solving the puzzles, you prove yourselves worthy of inheriting the secrets of the past. At the end of each puzzle, you're rewarded with...
With... Key.
Oh, it must be the key to the big door.
Bicus Dorus.
This is one of the Marechaussee Hunter keys that are passed down from generation to generation. It looks just like the one Master passed down to me. It is said that 4 keys in total are required to form the final, complete key. And it seems like we just collected 3 of them. That must mean...
Huh? What's wrong?
You hear a few strange noises. Suddenly, all the torches in the ruin go out at once.
again. Did we fall into another trap?
For the sake of immersion, please close your eyes, everyone. Without the torches, the space is now completely dark, and you cannot see anything.
But Paimon can still see a little bit over here.
Paimon, don't break our repeater's immersion.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Suddenly, you hear the sound of footsteps pierce through the darkness.
There's someone else here? Oh, this is so unsettling. I can't see anything.
I've been discovered then.
Wait, that voice, it's...
You recognize the voice as belonging to the guard who led you to this place. It appears he now covets the treasure for himself, and has come to stake his claim.
Oh, so this is just part of the script. Then I can probably relax. Well, if we can't see anything, that means we can't fight to the fullest of our abilities.
No, we use the summon thing now.
Judging by the way he's holding his sword, he must be a real Marashose hunter. But this isn't part of the script.
Retreat! That's not the hunter way. If it's dark for us, then it's dark for him. We choose to fight.
Your choice is noted. Please keep your eyes closed until I tell you the torches have been relit. This battle will be in the dark.
You got it!
Well then, let us begin.
Hienot silmät. Chlorand!
Hunt them down.
I'd like to try to hit him with my sword.
Your strike is successful.
Ha! You're facing a veteran Marashose hunter. You don't stand a chance.
Damn.
Loaded.
Is he still standing? Goodness, he sure has a lot of HP.
Well, not anymore.
Is it over? Can we open our eyes now?
The enemy is strong and relentless, but the battle is nearing its end. The torches have not been relit.
What about now?
Still not.
Final strike. Ha!
Damn.
Well, did we get him?
Why isn't she answering?
Glorian?
Warm fire flickers across the walls once more. Your vision is now clear. In an impressive display of courage, the four of you successfully defeat the uninvited guest. That look in his eyes. It's like he became an entirely different person as soon as I defeated him.
Huh? Mr. Florian? Oh, wait. We're supposed to be role-playing. I should stay in character. Speak your name, guard. Why did you lead us here just to betray us?
Koska mä halusin se paskan itselleen.
Is this treasure really more important to you than bringing peace to the kingdom?
What kingdom? What peace? Those were nothing but lies. I, Florian, am a true Marashose hunter, descended from hunters of ages past.
So he's also using his real name. Or, wait, was that the name of his character from the very beginning?
Then I'm even more confused. If you truly are a Marashose hunter, shouldn't you want to help us just like you said before? Shouldn't we fight together for the sake of the people?
What do you know? In this day and age, there's no glory to be had as a Marashose hunter.
What's that?
Joten miksi olet varas uusi hunter?
My skills were passed down to me by my father. We lived a life of obscurity in the remote wilderness. Still, he devoted everything he had to being a Marashose hunter. And what did he get in return? A life of poverty and pain. And a world that forgot all about him. When he died, not a single person came to mourn his passing. The Marashose hunters were the ones who saved this city. We're heroes. We deserved more recognition and respect than this.
Is he talking about how no one in the capital seems to remember the hunters and their legacy? I didn't expect the script to contain this level of social criticism.
So that's why you want to take the treasure for yourself? You feel like you're owed fame and wealth?
If you already knew where the treasure was located, why didn't you just come down here and take it?
Because I still needed the final key.
Only a true Marashose hunter is capable of passing through this final door. As someone who sought to hurt others for his own gain, Florian lost that right long ago.
Okay, but what is this treasure anyway? We've got all the keys, right? So can we just go in and take a look?
You're sure you want to go in?
Yes.
We've been talking about it for so long. Of course we want to see what's inside.
And we've already defeated Florian, right? So he won't try to take it from us anymore.
Pesky brats.
What?
Pesky.
Then let's open the door together.
All right.
As friends.
Your choice of action is confirmed.
Lorraine takes out the keys from earlier and walks up to the heavy door. Without anyone noticing, she takes out her own key and joins it with the others to form the final required shape.
Before you, the door to the treasure, sealed and undisturbed for more than 100 years, finally swings open. You hear the shrill wail of the door hinge as it rotates for the first time after years of disuse. Almost like a sleeping giant letting out an extended yawn. You get the impression that the secrets buried behind this door might be just as heavy as the sound you just heard.
It's open! Come on, let's go in! Paimon wants to see what's inside!
Ooh, me too! Ooh, uncovering hidden treasure is the most exciting part of adventuring. What do we have here? Uh-huh.
A stone tablet? And some shabby weapons?
You call this a treasure vault? Looks more like an abandoned warehouse.
Maybe the troupe ran out of budget at the end?
They provided a super immersive experience at the beginning only to drop the ball at the most important part. They could have at least filled this place with cardboard mora or something.
Wait, I get it now. Paimon, this is the real Marashose hunter treasure.
Huh?
This is it? The Marashose hunter treasure is just a stone slab and some broken swords?
On siellä kyllä perhonenkin.
Can't believe it. I refuse to believe it.
Well, y'all were broke. What do you think everyone else was?
Are you okay?
The Marashose hunter before you appears to suffer a serious mental breakdown. He needs to leave the room for a moment to collect himself. One of you seems to understand the significance of the treasure already. If the rest of you wish to follow suit, you may remain here in the meantime and explore your surroundings.
Explore.
The names on the tablet.
The names of you.
The old and broken weapons.
What is the treasure supposed to be?
Walter.
Walter. Muutama Bobby. Mikä on pystyssä? What are you looking at? Nothing. Yes.
So, how are you doing? Feeling any better?
What just happened?
Do you remember how you got here? Or what happened to your body just now?
Mä tuhosin sen.
Now. I brought you here because I wanted to... The explosives in the cave!
Explosives?
You mean these?
Huh? How did you...
I could tell something was off the moment I stepped into this cave, so I kept an eye out. I've already dismantled the whole thing.
So the strongest champion duelist in all of Fontaine saved the day once again. Guess I shouldn't be surprised. It would seem your skills as a Marashose hunter are as sharp as ever.
I deserve some answers, don't you think? Tell me why you wanted to lure me here. Everything you said earlier sounded like the truth. Luckily, your monologue was dramatic enough to convince my friends you were just role-playing.
I don't know. I just always felt like there was something in my heart that didn't belong to me. Something agitated, angry. Who knows? Maybe it was my own anger all along. I could never really tell. The feelings about my father and the other Marashose hunters are real. It just wasn't fair. I was angry, bitter that no one remembered them or praised their accomplishments. I don't know when it started, but at some point, my anger came to completely consume me. At that point, I remembered the legend my father used to tell me. The one about the treasure.
But if the treasure was all you cared about, why plant all those explosives? Wouldn't they just destroy the treasure and bury you along with it?
I can't remember. My head is a mess. It felt like there was this voice telling me to eliminate the hunters, but now it's gone.
From your description, I suspect you were dealing with a devorator.
Devorator?
Devorator?
Your master, your father, I mean, never talked about it? It was a kind of monster that was active several centuries ago.
No, I've heard of it. I'm just not sure why you suddenly... Wait, it can't be. The seal!
The seal?
My family has served as Marashose hunters for many generations. But the title and swordsmanship weren't the only things passed down over our line. There was a seal as well. My father instructed me to always watch over that seal and maintain it regularly. He said it had been passed down over a truly ancient age, and protecting it was our clan's most important duty. But I neglected that duty after he died. I finally decided to come down and check on it one day, and that's where my memories become fuzzy.
The Devorator would be a formidable adversary for any mortal being, even ones as capable as the Hunters. If you lacked the power to completely destroy it, you could easily fall prey to its influence and corruption. In light of this, some Marashose hunters chose to seal the Devorator away, in the hopes that a permanent solution would come with the passage of time.
I heard it has the power to amplify the obsessions and desires in people's hearts, to the point where they overtake you entirely. It would seem I'm not just lacking in skill with a blade, but in mental fortitude as well.
And yet, you were able to retrieve 3 of the 4 keys. If I remember correctly, each was entrusted to a respected and capable hunter. How did you manage it?
One of them belonged to my father. The second I stole from a different hunter. And the third... was one that I snatched while the person was on the way home from the tavern. I nearly died in that alley.
Damn.
I know just how strong you are. It's as clear as day to everyone in Fontaine. I observed you from dusk to dawn, but could never find any opportunity to sneak up on you. I never even saw you drink a single glass of liquor. The
That's
only
what's up.
way I could think to obtain that last key was to lure you here using your hobby, and then... Oh, I get it now. That monster, it wanted to bury you here alongside the treasure.
I won't comment on anything else, but the script was good.
Well, I did pour my heart and soul into it. The stories my father used to tell me about the glory of the heroic Marashose hunters and how they came to be forgotten.
It's more than just a story.
Huh?
You're proud to be a hunter. You're still holding onto that part of yourself, no matter how small.
I have done so many despicable things. I have nothing to be proud of.
Then explain the purpose of the evil sorcerer in your story.
Huh?
Isn't he the true antagonist? The one who sought nothing but his own gain, and used the people as pawns to attain it? In your heart of hearts, he was the one you truly wanted to defeat.
But I've already tainted my sword. I no longer have any right to...
Wake up, Florian. Remember how you introduced yourself earlier. Do you really think the hunters acted out of a desire for honor and glory? Or to be loved and acknowledged by the people? What did your father teach you about our order? You do not wield your sword for yourself, but to protect those you serve. There's nothing special about a blade. It's the intentions of the wielder that matter above all else. Do you still not understand? Even after seeing the treasure for yourself? The contents of that room, they represent the true legacy the hunters left behind.
You're right. I am a Marashose hunter. It's time for me to redeem, no, to finally serve the people I vowed to protect all along.
I wouldn't be so quick to push aside the need for redemption.
I know. That's a charge I won't bother to defend myself against.
Good. Then, come with me. And help me see the script through to the end.
Huh? See the script through to the end? But there's no more script left.
Improvisoidaan.
Finished it, huh?
No, I mean, I wrote the script with the sole purpose of luring you all here. There was no reason to write beyond this point.
Then we'll just have to keep writing it. The evil sorcerer still needs to be defeated.
You mean the Devorator? Are you saying I have to make up the rest of the script as we go along?
Is that really so hard? You've already written most of it. Surely you can write an ending where the hunters win and justice prevails. I'll be there to help you too.
You aren't afraid your party will fall into danger?
I know what my friends are capable of, and they're all quite skilled. Besides, I need their help.
Then, are you going to tell them the truth about all this?
No.
I don't intend to spoil the fun. Sometimes, protecting dreams and fantasies is more important than exposing the truth. Don't you think?
What about my fantasy, Chlorine? What about my fantasy?
They're back!
That took a while.
Ahem! My fellow Marashose hunters, please forgive me, for I have sinned.
What did you do? Did you sin for Chlorine?
It down.
Sorry. After crossing swords with you and witnessing your courage in battle, I've rediscovered my true self and regained my pride as a Marashose hunter.
Oh, do I smell a redemption arc?
I confess, I was brainwashed by the evil sorcerer. He asked me to lure you here so he could bury you in this cave.
That little... Wait, you're saying all of that wasn't you, but the evil sorcerer?
That's right. He's adept at manipulating the hearts and minds of the people.
Not
I
adept.
fell under his influence because I did not possess a strong enough sense of will.
fall for the same trap twice.
To be perfectly honest, I only came to my senses after seeing the treasure. It reminded me of my father's past teachings. The treasure was actually...
My
All
friends.
the Marashose hunters from ages past and their weapons?
Wait, you already know?
Of course. Don't underestimate a veteran role player's exploration skills. Oh, wait, I mean Marashose hunter Navia's exploration skills.
We just finished reading through the content of the stone tablet.
That tablet recorded the lives of some fascinating people. For example, this Marashose hunter called Est. She inherited the responsibilities of the Golden Hunter and passed judgment on many people. But in private, she had a very easygoing personality. Her favorite pastime was singing and dancing with her friends, and she was said to have a beautiful voice.
So, she was just like you.
Oh, you really think so?
Well, when you put it that way, I suppose I also have a few things in common with this Walter.
No, nyt kun me etsitään yhtäläisyyksiä.
Executioner, he supposedly used a countless number of tricks to confound his enemies in battle. Oh, if only I could have seen the feats of magic he pulled off back then.
Their lives were all so exciting. You could write so many cool books about their accomplishments. How could they have all been forgotten?
Hei, Traveler, tää ja jätkä muistuttaa ihan sua. He had so many bitches. And none of them wanted him.
They chose to be. To hunt monsters that only appear in the shadows, you must also operate in the dark. To be a Marashose hunter is to willingly give up on wealth and fame.
Then this stone tablet must have been left behind by their companions.
That's right. Few Marashose hunters ever revealed their identity to the public. They always protected the city from the shadows. The only time they spoke of their accomplishments would be at night, when they gathered with their fellow hunters in front of the bonfire to share stories of the monsters slain by their hand.
So, this tablet was created not so that the hunters would be remembered by the people, but so that they would be remembered by each other.
No wonder this place was so well hidden.
You regard the stone tablet in solemn silence. The names of your comrades etched onto its surface serve as a reminder that you are never truly alone. The tablet proves that, although a hunter walks a shrouded path, it is not a solitary one. There will always be those who walk beside you, a fact that remains as true today as in ages long past. Their legacies shall continue to be passed down from generation to generation, as everlasting as the stone onto which their names are carved.
Father, you once told me that I should seek out the treasure if I ever became lost. So this is what you wanted me to find.
I have decided to trust you, Florian. I'd like to do an insight check on him.
His eyes are sincere, and his words ring true. You can tell that every word he spoke just now came from the bottom of his heart.
From the bottom of my heart.
I implore you, everyone, please give me a chance to make up for all I've done. Allow me to fight alongside you and defeat the evil sorcerer that threatens the peace and prosperity of everyone in this kingdom.
Basement.
Well, I say we let you join.
Sounds good to me too. Everyone makes mistakes. What matters is what you do to make up for them.
I have no objections, but Mr. Florian, do you even know how to defeat the evil sorcerer?
Does he have to know?
Over my mind, I gained some insight into his thoughts. Every time I thought of the treasure, he reacted with a strong sense of fear.
Huh? He's afraid of the treasure? But there's nothing here except some broken weapons and the stone tablet.
What if the secret's hidden inside these weapons? GM, permission to investigate.
At first glance, the weapons appear absolutely ordinary. But as you observe them, you notice a faint energy emanating from within. These blades have slain countless monsters. Though it's been a long time since they were used in battle, their edges remain sharp, as if they're simply waiting for the next worthy hunter to carry on their legacy.
So basically, take these with us, right?
I'll take this weapon, since it used to belong to Est. Maybe it'll find comfort in being held by someone who appreciates the arts.
Ah, good idea. I'll take Mr. Walter's bow then. From one archer magician to another.
Paimon's gonna pick a cool weapon too!
Only a slingshot for you, Paimon.
As you grip your weapons, you can almost feel the will of past hunters coursing through your being. It's a feeling of courage, determination. A silent vow passed down from generation to generation that says, eradicate the monsters, no matter the cost.
No matter what.
Mr. Florian, do you know where to find the evil sorcerer?
I was able to see his surroundings when our minds were connected. I believe he's currently hiding out at the church in the kingdom. We must be extremely careful. He's spent so long living among monsters that he's now taken the form of one. He will not be easily defeated.
Then why don't we explore some more and try to find some higher level gear? We don't want to just fight him and lose, right?
Oh, no, we have to strike now. He was greatly weakened when I managed to break out of his control. If we let him rest, he might have time to escape.
I agree with Mr. Florian. We've got to act while we have the advantage. Don't forget, the people of the capital are counting on us.
Yeah, now that we've got a plan, there's no point in waiting. The longer this drags on, the worse it will be for everybody.
Yes, including me.
Yes, that's what's called...
taking the initiative, catching your enemy off guard.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Alright, you've persuaded Paimon.
Mr. Florian, please, lead the way.
Of course. Follow me.
I have no idea where I'm going.
He had to set up so many scenes today. And now he has to join in for this last part. I really don't envy his job.
Finally, you decide to slay the evil sorcerer.
Slay!
And bring peace back to the kingdom once and for all. As you walk away, you feel the gaze of the stone tablet at your back. As if all the hunters of the past are wishing you success in the battle ahead and awaiting your triumphant return. Finally, you arrive at the church Florian described. As you approach,
This
an
place
ominous
again.
aura surrounds you. You get the sense that your enemy is close at hand.
How strange.
Aura.
This uneasy feeling seems so real. How did they manage that?
Now, it is time for the final battle.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Pretty played.
Florian, wait.
What's wrong?
I think you should wait outside. You've already been corrupted by the Devorator once. It could easily re-enter your mind and take control of your body. I don't think it's a good idea for you to be this close. If it corrupts you again, it's possible you might take on a new form entirely.
That's exactly why I have to go. Why I should be at the very front.
You mean...
Yes. I intend to lure it into my body.
Hey, yo.
It's too risky. If things get out of hand, I might have to kill you. Do you understand how dangerous this is?
I understand, but if I do this, you'll have a clear and visible target. The Devorator will have a hard time passing up a chance to enter a body it knows how to control. You won't have to worry about any of your friends being taken over. You're not like me, Miss Clorand. You're a just and powerful Marachose hunter. The monster broke free due to my error. It's only right that I shoulder the responsibility for its destruction. This is something that I have to do. Consider it a duel to restore my honor. My only request is that you give it your all.
I understand. Then, as a champion duelist, I hereby accept your request for a duel, and extend to you my most sincere regards.
Thank you.
The battle is now upon us. Let the Devorator once again tremble under the blade of the Marachose hunters.
Bella. Det on Genshin. Yo, he became a golem.
So lifelike.
Pokemonit. Let's go, Navia. Kick his ass.
This foe is not invincible. You hold the treasure. The power to defeat it in your own two hands.
The treasure? You mean...
The power of friendship.
It's the Marachose hunters' names.
How are we supposed to...
You forget, Paimon? There's still one skill we saved until the very end.
Hunters fight not for fame, but to aid the people whenever they are summoned.
Walter the Marachose Hunter, master of 1,000 tricks, executioner of the Phantom Hunters, I call for aid!
Est, the Marachose hunter, inheritor of Cassiodor's will, judge of the Shadow Hunters. Answer my call!
Petronia, protector of justice and order. The hunter I respect the most. Thank you for saving my friend, the best one I'll ever know. Please, lend us your strength.
That is so cute.
We have come to answer
Yes.
your summons.
We have. Damn.
And so, the monsters were eradicated, and the sorcerer was defeated. Peace soon returned to the capital. Those in the court, manipulated by the sorcerer, also recognized the errors of their ways. Some remembered the names of the heroes who saved their kingdom, but others simply continued their lives none the wiser. Such is the story of the Marachose hunters. They pursue the phantoms in the darkness and exterminate all who pose a threat. They will always protect the city and those within it, even should all memory of their accomplishments be forgotten by the very people they serve.
I am assuming we've finally reached the end of the script.
Yes, you've reached one of the better endings.
It's a pretty solid story overall. I thought it was just an ordinary adventure at first, but the further we got into it, the more impressed I became with the production and the plot. That final battle especially. All the effects were super realistic.
Oh, right. Yeah. Totally.
Navien
That's
silmät
a
aina
really
ollut
good
tollaset.
point. I never expected the
Samaten
weapons we
valo.
picked up from that vault would have that kind of effect.
Yeah, mine nearly scared the daylights out of me when it started glowing. I took a good look at it after we got out, but I don't think it ever lit up again. Oh, we should probably give these props back, right? I'll just leave mine here.
Did you have a good time?
Of course.
Yeah.
Let me know if another script like this comes around.
Sure, no problem.
Then I'll head back for now. I think I need some time to fully digest everything that just happened. Once Mr. Florian is awake, please pass on my regards to him. He must be extremely exhausted to have passed out cold like that.
You're right. He's had a lot to deal with.
Well, see you all some other time. Toodaloo!
Bye, bitch.
Okay, so, can I ask now?
I think it should be fine, yeah.
What in the world was going on back there?
So you saw through all of that?
That time in the cave when you told us to close our eyes, it'd be weirder if we didn't notice anything.
I was dying of curiosity the entire time. I mean, you did a pretty bang-up job of pretending nothing had gone wrong. Farina actually looked like she thought all of it was planned.
Guess none of us wanted to be the one to break the illusion.
What are you all talking about?
Yeah, what's going on? I was just playing along too.
Oh, wait. Don't tell me you never... Ugh, this is all my fault. It's not too late to cover your ears. Here, partner, I'll do it for you.
Bit late for that, don't you think?
You're saying everything that happened back there wasn't actually part of the script?
It's probably more accurate to say this was never a real scripted story to begin with.
What? So loud. My head.
Hey, you! Get up right now and explain yourself!
Tää vittu päivän.
No shaking, please! Oh, my head.
Did Paimon just hear that right? You guys made up that whole last part on the spot? It's not nice to lie to people, but Paimon's gotta admit, that was a really good story, Florian. Oh, and nice improvisation, Florian!
Yeah, it was like watching a magician improvise a spectacular magic trick after forgetting an important prop.
If Paimon knew something was wrong with that box, she would have floated straight in the opposite direction!
Everything was under control.
As if you've ever described a situation as being out of control. I'm pretty sure any situation you consider to be easy to handle would scare a reasonable person half to death.
Guess I'm just used to it.
You must run into a lot of unexpected situations then. That explains why you're so good at coming up with things on the spot.
As for you, Florian...
I know there's no
Time to
excuse for what
die.
I did. I'll turn myself into the guards at once, confess my crimes, and accept any punishment that comes my way.
I would say you've already suffered more than enough.
What?
You may have been blinded by fame and fortune in the beginning, but your actions during the final battle had proven you to be a true Marechaussee hunter. You'll be far more used to the city above ground than below. Your job as a hunter is more important.
But...
We're
Of
obsolete.
course, you'll still need to take the keys and pay a personal visit to the 2 hunters you wronged. Prepare to accept any terms they give you as well.
Yes, of course.
As far as I'm concerned, though, your showing in the duel was enough to prove your honor.
Then I'll do exactly as you said. I'll go return those 2 keys right now. Thank you so much, everyone. I'll do my best to prove myself worthy of the second chance you've given me. I swear this on my name and honor as a Marashosei hunter. Until we meet again, everyone.
Speaking of Marashosei hunters, what should we do about the treasure in that cave?
Leave it be.
Are you sure? We could show it to people, make it so that the hunters are remembered. Don't you want that?
No. Every name on that tablet made the same choice. All hunters know what the path entails. I am no exception. My identity as a Marashosei hunter is not something I need people to remember. I wish only to be recognized as a champion duelist. Nothing more.
That's certainly very different from the path of a magician. Still, I admire your decision.
Wait! I just remembered something. If there were no special effects involved, why did our weapons begin to glow during the battle?
That's because the Marashosei hunters of ages past would often imbue their weapons with special enchantments to suppress the monsters. Whenever a monster was nearby, their weapons would start to glow.
What in Lord of the Rings?
So that's why they had an effect on that guy near the end. I really thought the summons were doing all the work.
Well, I'm sure the summons were a part of it too.
Oh? How so?
This particular devorator probably hailed from the same era as the hunters we saw in the room. The names you recited all belonged to the bravest hunters. Countless monsters fell to their blades. That's likely why the devorator visibly reacted when you said them out loud.
So the names held the power all along!
Navia, everything you said during your summon.
Huh? Oh, I meant what I said. I mean, it was true to my character, so yeah, I'm glad you heard it. Just don't make me repeat myself. It's embarrassing.
So cute.
I really appreciated those words.
All right. Don't get all sentimental on me. Anyway, let's not talk about that anymore. I'm going to go on ahead. Don't fall too far behind now.
She ran off!
I should probably head back as well. This story was truly incredible. I might have to spend the whole night telling my siblings all about it.
See you later.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Traveler, should your name and deeds be forgotten, what do you think the significance of your journey will be?
Does it have to have one?
I suppose the significance would be the journey itself and the world we helped create. There's still value in the time I shared with everyone here, in the things we were able to accomplish, even if no one remembers them.
A great answer. I'll remember it.
What would you answer be, Clorette?
Me? The Marashosei hunter says nothing in response to that question. Perhaps her answer lies in her silence. An unspoken vow left to echo through the night. The path she walks needs no explanation.
Silent night. Hiljainen yö. Yippee!
Take it easy.
Siellä on juokse. Päästä mut pesimään vittu. En päästä. Never back down, never walk one.
Ad Astra. Thank you for
Never back down, never walk one.
Paimon's good. Thanks. What?
And the things we were able to accomplish.
Semmonen. Threshold price found. Mä edes muista minne ne vittu meni. Ei se oo tää. Olis tässä?
Take it easy.
Huh? semmoista.
Of this one friend of mine.
Niin, liikuttaa toi. Mutua. Ja ei tässä taida olla. Ääninäyttelyyn. No hyvä, sitten voi vaan tehdä pois. Off stream! Niin. Why am I even doing this? Never back down, never what? Oh joo. I'm gonna end the stream now and maybe take a nap. Koska hyvänen aika sentään. No mut Mutta siihen asti.